it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Hi there guys, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall Split. I'm joined today by Victor from SBG. How are you doing today, man?
Je suis un peu malade, mais ça va, merci.
Victor, how do you think your team handled PMRC versus Africa?
Alors, malheureusement, je ne l'ai pas joué parce que j'ai pris une petite pause, mais je les ai regardés et pour la nouvelle équipe qui l'a joué, c'était quand même pas mal.
So after the leave of your old IGL, Akashi and Robs, who's currently the new IGL of the team?
Alors, dans un premier temps, notre nouveau IGL, c'est Narvalo. Et comment on l'a recruté? On a recruté SNOWX parce que c'était un des meilleurs joueurs français, donc c'était le choix logique pour nous.
I mean, that's great that you bring that up, Victor, actually, because SNOWX hit some insane shots in the PMRC. Where did you guys find him and what made you want to recruit him?
Donc SNOWX, on le connaissait déjà par rapport à SHOCKWAVE, son ancienne team. Et au vu de ses anciennes performances, etc., pour nous c'était juste normal de le recruter, enfin, de lui proposer en tout cas.
We didn't see too much of you playing in PMRC. As you said, you were taking a little break. Will you be taking a more active role in PMPL EU? Because you have been said to be one of the best players in Europe back in the day, alongside with Narvalo.
Alors oui, donc le prochain PMPL, je vais me préparer et m'entraîner à fond pour être en forme et donner le meilleur de moi-même.
So obviously, with the new roster and shaking things up, do you think this could be your chance now to actually get a high placement or even take the title here at PMPL EU Fall Split?
Alors, on espère toujours gagner forcément, mais avec les changements qu'il y a eu, ça peut être compliqué, plus compliqué que la saison dernière, mais dans tous les cas, on va tout donner pour gagner.
Well, thank you so much, Victor. I mean, look, even being a super big gorilla, you are still a very humble guy, which is what I like to see. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans at home?
Eh ben, je les remercie de nous suivre et de nous supporter depuis maintenant pas mal de temps. Et voilà, qu'ils continuent parce que ça nous aide beaucoup et on va tout donner pour eux au prochain PMPL.
Awesome. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate you.
Merci, merci.
Uh, 2018, I guess.
2018.
2018.
218, sorry.
Uh, 20 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 secondes.
13 seconds.
It was me, Team Unique, I think.
I don't know, like Navi.
C'est Panda.
UL, no?
DMR.
AR.
C'est un sniper.
I don't know.
I can't count them all. It's like, I'd say like 10 right now.
I know only the higher ones, like the Ace and Conquer.
Bah, du coup, je dirais 10 échelons. Et le 8e, j'aurais dit maître champion.
I don't know.
I'd say Mirado. I think it has the less HP than the others.
I don't know the Mirado.
Je dirais la Mirado.
Mirado.
Uh, 24.
It's gonna be 24.
24.
28. No. 22.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way.
Here has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire too. They've all got to push him towards the house.
Three days remain, and that is the final opportunity for these teams to gather themselves as many points as possible before we move on to the finals. So far, so good for the big three up at the top, Max, but all these other teams are going to be challenging and vying for those extra few points.
Yeah, I mean, the big three currently looking good, except one that's been looking a little bit rough around the edges in the recent times. Well, I will have time to talk about it. But yeah, the last dash before entering the finals here, Kalaris. So there's going to be a lot on the line here, especially for the teams at the bottom that need to remain in that top 16.
Definitely so. And let's take a look at the socials as well. You guys over there can check out and join us with the hashtag PMPLEU. Go over to TikTok, go over to YouTube, go over to Twitch, go over to Facebook, go over to Instagram as well, as I spin my head around, because we have got ourselves the giveaway still going on, Max.
Yeah, and we do have an actual date for the end of this giveaway. You can enter right now until the end of the stream. It's at 8 p.m. CEST. We'll be choosing a few lucky winners. We don't have a disclosed amount right now because it depends on how many likes this post gets. But if you go like the comment, like the post, and also comment which team you think will be winning this tournament, you will be automatically entered to win one of these cool prizes. Very cool. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Bang, bang, bang. And also, you guys can check out the survey as well that is currently going on as well. You guys can tell us what you think about PMPL in general and how everything kind of works on out from there. Ooh, spooky. All right, let's take a look at the schedule. We've got lots of games coming at you for today. We'll be starting off with the good old true tried and tested Erangel, and then we'll be revisiting later on. It's double Miramar day as well with just that one Sanhok. I almost said sandwich. Sanhok. Yeah, I don't know. know, Max.
I don't know. We'll have a cool sandwich over here. But this is the best for me. I love myself some double Erangel, double Miramars, one cheeky Sanhok on top of it. And I think this is the one that MADBULLS are not going to play. So they're going to be happy no Sanhok for them this time around. But it doesn't matter because MADBULLS are MADBULLS and they're going to win on every map. So yeah, what's the point?
They're pretty good at it. They're pretty good at it. Let's take a look at the overalls then and see just how far ahead they are in phase 3, because it's a little bit silly. I mean, let's be real, Max. We thought that their lead in phase 1 was, wow, that's unbelievable. How's anybody going to match that? Never mind. MADBULLS comes out and does it again.
Yeah, then no one's going to be able to match MADBULLS' performance except for MADBULLS themselves. And that's what, a 69-point advantage against Gladiators. Very nice from them. And I mean, we talked about MADBULLS and Gladiators so often, so I do want to highlight something a bit new, Kalaris, which is, to my eyes, that's Dagestan 77. What an incredible step up. Able to tie in terms of stats with Gladiators, actually outfragging them by just 1 elimination, which I'm really happy to see. And this team, we knew that this team had so much potential since fall of last year, pretty much. And the fact that they've been able to play with these extremely talented teams, they truly have been tested so many times, and now they've been able to improve, and it's been paying off so well in this third phase. And I just hope it's not going to fall off in the second half of this phase, because Sheaf in particular has been so damn strong, and I want that to continue.
As I say, that 25 elim game that they got on Erangel will live in my mind forever. That was amazing to watch. And
I wasn't there. What can't
you were there. So it won't live in your mind forever. Maybe it will. But yes, I mean, they're above Titan right now, which is kind of really an exemplary performance from them. 9th through 16th as we go down a little bit. MUERTE in 13th place gives me a bit of agony in my soul here, Max, but maybe they can push back.
I mean, I wanted to ask if the MUERTE were
13th place team, yeah.
I'd feel bad to bring back old memories, but really, what's been happening this third phase? Phase 1, phase 2, incredible. Like, Fiora's been looking good. Malloy's had his big pop-off performances. The entire team were looking great, but too many points go in the way of MADBULLS, I guess. It's just very close. To be honest, there's not a big point gap. So one good game, Kalaris, they're back on the first page, and they can compete for the top.
I mean, there is a legit world where you could, in theory, go back and look at those games and see how much of an impact MADBULLS or, you know, the big three has on impact on the lobby. And, you know, those knock-on effects actually do hurt that rung down of teams on the tiers due to just being eliminated or not as many points there up for grabs in terms of eliminations and things like that. So, again, so many knock-on effects here in PUBG Mobile and how all that sits. But speaking of those knock-on effects, PMGC points are going to have significant ramifications on how things are going to wind up for the end of the year. And up at the top, we are giving 1 slot away, Max, for these points. And, well, MADBULLS.
Well, I don't think you even have to say who's currently in the lead. It's pretty insane in favor of MADBULLS with what I think is a 65-point advantage currently. So, Major Pride, we didn't even talk about them on the rankings, right, Kalaris? But they're currently in 6th position. They're having a rough phase. And this is the worst time for that to happen because they were pretty much tied with MADBULLS at the top, but right now MADBULLS are just running away with it. And if this happens again this phase, I think it's fair to say the finals is not going to be enough to catch up to the lead MADBULLS could set up after these next 3 days. So it's do or die for Major Pride and Gladiators if they want to catch up, because MADBULLS, they're going to keep being consistent. We need to see the other 2 teams of the big 3 to start popping off to make it into PMG.
Yeah. Very surprising considering in phase 2, Major Pride and Gladiators had some amazing pop-offs, right? To be able to try and make that catch-up occur, to get themselves to that #1 spot. However, MADBULLS clearly is just actually mad in this phase 3 and is looking ridiculous whilst doing it here. So, I mean, beyond that though, let's take a look at one of those big 3. Of course, Gladiator, who have found themselves in a bit of an interesting spot when it comes to points and in terms of trying to catch up. I feel like they're probably going to have to try and qualify through champs, Max, here for PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, we had the interview with Kutsina, right, where he was saying that, oh, we're going to qualify 100%. He was very confident, but from the looks of what we're looking at on the PMGC rankings, Championship might be the best option, and we know that the Turkish teams aren't going to make it easy for them, so they're going to have to pop off over there for sure. And looking at a bit of their average stats over all the maps, like, we were looking at it, and Sanhok, I feel like we still, and I thought we agreed on that last week, Kalaris, that there's still improvements that can be made on Sanhok, that they can rotate a little bit faster, they tend to struggle to leave the Northwestern Island, and yet the points really do show up. Almost 6 average eliminations, which they're popping off on that map, really, and 80 placement points so far throughout the entire tournament this is. Doing a lot better than what I initially initially thought. So good on them to be able to capitalize on that map that they do tend to struggle sometimes.
I went away and thought about this a little bit, Max, and I do feel like as much as, yes, we don't really see too much of Gladiators on Sanhok, but their numbers are still high. They just play kind of a different brand of PUBG Mobile compared to your Miramar and Erangel, which makes a lot of sense. It's a very different battleground, right? They just play what I like to consider quieter, right? To try and get to those higher placements. Very heavy edge on Sanhok compared to the other two battlegrounds, where they do play edge, but they can still mix in some heavy center plays as well. So I think it's just a different brand of PUBG Mobile for them in Sanhok. What do you think?
Actually, I would agree, because when you think of when a team like Major Pride got chicken dinner or MADBULLS got chicken dinner, like this game, it's a show off pretty much. Just, oh, we're MADBULLS, we're just going to obliterate everyone, get like 15 eliminations on the game. Actually, yeah, now that you think about it, you do see Gladiators just sneak their way in and just be very silent. So yeah, I mean, it works out clearly, right? We were being a little bit critical, but the points show up. So as long as you get points, we can't argue too much about how you get them.
Yeah, they're playing the solid snake strategy. You know, they're sneaking in inside a box. Snake! Doing all right. No, they're not dead yet. But anyway, let's take a look at Major Pride as well. One of the contenders to try and get those top spots for a PMGC splot down the line. Splots.
A PMGC splot. Oh, yeah.
Shush you. But looking at their numbers through this phase, it's been a bit of a grim projection as to where they're going right now.
Yeah, and there's still one thing that I think the team are still trying to work on. I'm not too sure what's happening internally with the squad, but right now you can see that the stats overall it's bad. Right? When you're looking at phase 3, like the less than 2 average eliminations, the damage has been significantly reduced, and the survival time of only 17 minutes, that means that there's a lot less placement points. They lost 6 minutes per game, Kalaras, which is insane to lose over the course of now 3 days in this phase. They can catch up, they can improve it for the next 3 days, which is what I'm hoping to see. But one big question mark I have for this squad is Effect is doing good, Nomi's doing good, Naomi are doing good. Dino and Black White are still swapping in and out, and I feel like there's just a bit of unknown as to which player they should use. There's still some uncertainties for me, so I feel like Black White was doing really good, and I was always very critical about Dino, but Dino's been popping off in recent times, so it seems like there's still a 4th position that isn't quite yet decided on the squad.
No, I'm glad you acknowledge it, because I was going to chase you down otherwise. The fact that, you know, Dino, as you say, did have some pop-off moments. I do feel like in phase 3, day 3, there were a lot of times where we felt like they were in an okay playable position, but then their transition to the next checkpoint in the game wasn't as clean as it usually was. Like, say, for example, they weren't able to hit the frags that they needed when they were making the transition, or weren't able to throw down the utility that they needed, like a lot of the smokes, to make that transition work. So they were in okay spots, but they couldn't quite play them into the next spot, it felt like.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, of course, not just the team changing itself, but MADBULLS, when you compare it to them, you remember that chicken dinner they got north of boot camp on Sanhok. That was a really strong chicken dinner they got from them with very smart rotations, and yet MADBULLS steal away a top 3 because Zerich just sneaks in. So even when they do get those big wins, MADBULLS are just not that far behind, which makes the PMGC race even tougher for them to really overtake and to try and win and compete for. So it's really tough for them to be in this position, but you got to tough it out.
I mean, a nuke wouldn't destroy MADBULLS when it comes to some of these late game situations. They are La Cucaracha being able to sneak in, even just with one player, if they're able to do it. But anyway, let's take a look at TUNA, because quite honestly, I think that if day 3 showed us anything from phase 3, it's that some of these players that were in some of these teams we had question marks around, like TUNA, like even NEXUS, like VULGAR boys, loads of these underdogs came out to play, and TUNA was one of them, Max.
I don't know if you would agree, but I would say TUNA is looking like as one of the most improved teams when you compare on a phase basis, like in terms of rotations, how they started fragging out. And actually, I was really happy this past week. Noshi reached out to me on Instagram, thank you very much, and gave me a bit of insight onto Purple in particular, because he saw that we were talking a lot about Obito, Zero popping off that got 20 eliminations, by the way, the last 3 days. He was really on fire. They also wanted to mention that Purple was initially playing for VIRTUS.PRO in spring, did not know a word of English. Like, he could not talk English whatsoever, but he's been not only then learning to play with his team, but learning to communicate in English, which I think is fair to say is such a hard task to achieve. And the fact that now they've been improving shows that like it's been working out. Like his Duolingo sessions are working out strong.
That little green bird following him around. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy to hear. I mean, especially considering you're also in the midst of playing like a high octane tournament as well, right? So having to do that and then mentally juggle the idea of English alongside it. Wow, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. And on top of that too, he did say that they intend to be one of the best teams in the region. They said comparing to other teams, they feel like they could be one of the top like 5 teams, etc. So I really hope that this team sticks together for 2024 because we saw the improvement over the course of a single season. How could that go in the next year or so? So I really hope that they stick together because I would say there is true potential with this roster.
Yeah, that's exciting because honestly, that's exactly what I want. I want these teams that aren't, you know, the big 3, even though the big 3 actually did some
Unicorns of Love.
No,
don't.
Well, exactly. Kind of keep rosters together, kind of keep trying to build that synergy. Again, you know, it's internal synergy, right? So, like, if you do know it's completely doomed to fail, guaranteed because of too many clashes and things like that, totally fine. But hearing that kind of news about, like, TUNA, for example, it really bodes well. But at the same time, Max, I do want to bring up some of these other teams that did so well in the middle portion of Phase 3. Teams like VULGAR, who you say that TUNA might be one of the most improved teams. I think VULGAR is right up there as well here throughout this season, learning from some of the best.
Yeah, I think we saw at the start, especially of the season, that VULGAR had some really good IGLing. Shot calling was great. They would gain good compounds. They would play really, really smart. They just didn't have the fragging power to back up those strong positions, Kalaris. And now you're looking at the Fupsening that's unfolding under our very eyes. And you're like, wow, what insane gameplay from these boys. No, really, it's been impressive how things have been working out for this team. They understood, and I think like they took criticism at face value, which is we have strong positions, we don't do anything with it. We need to start zoning teams away. And Tresley had his big pop-off, but Fups, man, has been looking good ever since. And yeah, another team that has improved in a significant way, just like the side of TUNA. So I'm stoked to see what this team could achieve if they continue in 2024.
Yeah, I think between Fups and Tresley on day 3, they had almost 20 Olymps between them, which is actually huge, all things considered, because quite honestly, coming into Phase 3, watching Phase 1 and 2, I'd written a lot of these teams off. I didn't think they had much opportunity to be able to really hang with those big dogs, but TUNA and VULGAR especially have really proved me wrong. Not only that, but we've been able to see No Mercy Warriors have a little bit of a standout as well alongside this, so there's still a little bit of fight in these guys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked a lot about relegation also, that we don't know how many teams at the bottom are going to be sent to relegation to enter into the 2024 circuit. Last year was 8 teams that were sent out, so you want to be in that top 12 normally. And right now, VULGAR would be in top 11, which means they would technically, if we stopped right now, remain in the 2024 season. So once again, it's not confirmed. There's nothing officially announced, but just as a safety measure, just top 12 is a good position to be when you end this tournament, so just keep it in mind. Yeah.
There was something that we ended with on the last 3 days as well, Max, which was, I think that you said something like MADBULLS might get double digits winner chicken dinners for this.
Oh, 20. I said 20 by the end of the phase.
Oh, 20 overall. Okay, overall. So that's 4 more than they need?
Yeah, they got 16 currently. I'm telling you it's going to happen. I would love to. It's going to happen by the finals, I think we agree. But I'd like to see it happen now. I think that would be a cool record because I've never seen in a tournament like this 20 chicken dinners. Like already 16 is insane, but 20? I want to see it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 4 more in 3 days. It's MADBULLS. It could easily happen here. So crazier things have happened. But anyway, we have Monster here joining us for PMPL EU Fall. So huge thank you to them for all of the games that's going. He's got the white monster on the go. He's ready. He's ready. All right. I hope you're ready at home as well. It's time for John and Blank to bring us all the action they're ready to.
Absolutely, I am very, very ready for this final sprint in the marathon of the league stages, Blank. The last 3 days are upon us of Phase 3. Teams are going to be looking to go towards those finals, get those PMGC points, and try and survive under the ire of the MADBULLS.
Oh, I mean, they absolutely are popping off right now. It's very difficult to catch up with the guys on MADBULLS. I like the guys on the descent. It's going to be a real slog for some of these teams. Looking at Major Pride as well as Gladiators, but some really good turn-ups from a few of these teams already. You know, TUNA Esports, PERMITTA doing a little bit better, and VULGAR significantly, as Max said, improving over the duration of this tournament, which is what is always good about the PMPLs, is we always get to see new faces, new teams that once once you get into a roster like this, a lobby like this in PMPL EU, which is filled with absolutely monstrous teams, you really do have to adapt, right? It's a sink or swim mentality for a few of these guys. So nice to see for VULGAR boys really stepping things up here rather than just burning in the fires of PMPL EU. They have risen from those ashes.
Oh, I like it. They're, you know, they've got their bunny rabbit logo, but they're looking a little bit more Phoenix right now. Unfortunately, it might be a bit too late to go out with the top dogs, but in those finals where we could potentially see them, right, that is going to be a really great opportunity to see what they've managed to improve on in those standings when it comes down to it. But first, they have to get there. The plane path from Georgia-Pol over to Milta Power. Looks like Dark Project are out early, playing on that West Coast split on the yellows, grabbing some vehicles, potentially sending down. The rest of the teams proceeding their way onwards to their various job spots.
So MADBULLS over towards Rozhok, and I think that Rozhok has kind of been a pretty influential thing for MADBULLS so far. Most of the maps that they are playing, they're playing fairly central. I'd say fairly. There's a couple of maps where they're a little bit out of the way, but most of the time in a fairly decent position to move from. And with Erangel being like pretty much our most fair map in terms of circles, being very winnable towards the end game as long as you play your cards right. I mean, we saw, I think it was phase 1 perhaps, where we saw MADBULLS versus Gladiators on either side of the fields. MADBULLS makes a crazy rotate. Those type of games we're talking about, right, where there are very winnable games from scenarios that realistically you should just be donezo win. Like a 3v4, still certainly possible with the right maneuvers, the right plays, but this central spot in Rozhok allows MADBULLS to get to those areas early. That's very important to them. For Gladiators, on the other hand, you know, being all the way over towards North George, when you get a shift like this over towards the northeast side or down towards the southeast in Milta Power, a little bit harder to get to.
Seems like we're going to have a little bit of a rehost coming through. Production have just informed us as Titan try and fend off the aggressors there. Luckily, they're going to do so very successfully, Blank. They're going to be able to just reset and go again on that one. KONINA Power looking pretty happy about that. I've just spotted that they took a pretty heavy dip there. So it's not going to be a hard northeast shift. I was going to be interested to see, like you were talking about, that potential swing from the Gladiators. Which direction are they going to choose? Likely over that north side with the plane path as it was, and that MADBULLS progression moving forwards. But we're denied that this time around. We're going to have to go again.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens realistically. I think it's an interesting prospect for a lot of these teams in terms of getting shifted into a new lobby once again. You do have the same play path, and I think that was kind of a nice playing path as well in terms of like northeast down towards southwest, northwest down towards southeast. Bloody hell, getting me directions wrong today. That's fine. I've never been good at directions. I do my best for you guys at home though. You know how it is.
Right, we love it.
But your northeast circle would have been pretty fantastic if that everyone was in a fairly decent position to actually make their way in as well. So bit of a rough time overall for these teams. Talking about a couple of these guys though, Dark Project, I think we've rambled on enough about them. I mean, me and Jackie as well as you, saying that, look, something's not right on that side of the team. I think the team composition needs to perhaps change just a little tiny bit there. But again, fair few amount of these teams in this lobby starting to rise up. Dagestan being one of them, Joel.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw just their progression over the course of it. I mean, we've seen these players around for a little bit now. We've loved to see how they've developed over the course of that second phase and coming in strong into that third phase, right? They started out and just kind of, other than MADBULLS, were probably the second story of phase 3 so far for me. I think that's been such a great line to watch coming just through that progression, and that's what you're talking about, similar to the VULGAR boys, and, you know, even, to be fair, even the Gladiators back in phase 2, how they really able to flesh out their center style and have progressed so strongly into this phase.
100%, man. And I mean, MADBULLS, they're not taking a break right now, but we certainly are. So we're going to send you a quick break. Check out these ads. We'll be back very soon.
And boom, here we are with another restart on this game. We are going to go straight into the first match on Erangel. Once we get all our ducks in a row, make sure that we've got everything lined up. Or rather chickens, I suppose, to get ready for dinner preparation.
Well, that's a bit dark, isn't it, really? It's a bit...
Hey, how do you think chicken dinners are made, man?
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of lining them up. You know, lining them up to be set on the table. Ooh, makes me shudder. Don't like that at all. But we're heading over towards the match very shortly. Back to our Erangel. So sorry about the delay. We're getting into it. All right, you're chilling with us. It's fine. It's fine. It's no big deal. But I think the guys on the desk, they talked about a lot. They talked about so much that they've really left me barren in terms of things to say. It's very rude of them, but also fantastically well done on your job. Nice one, Kale and Max. But yeah, we are in that final sprint now. I think that this is really where you do need to turn things up to 11. For some teams, up to 12. I think it is so unfortunate that MADBULLS are so far ahead. And again, it's that idea of who could match their Phase 1 performance. It's themselves. And that is always very rough. The one thing I do worry about, though, is that whenever we see MADBULLS do extremely well in league stages, they typically fall off very hard in the finals. That's sort of a feeling. An instinctual call there from me. But if it happens, I'll be the smartest man alive.
I think as well they're on track to be 78 bonus points going through from this phase, getting the 20 from topping the tables this phase, if they can hold on to it, which, as you said, most likely to happen, and then getting the 20 extra bonus points from the general ranking, where they sit 103 points ahead of Gladiators. So in those final 3 days, is that gap going to close? Most likely not. But you see them stood on the edge of a cliff, and you're saying it, you're calling it's pretty sheer. Maybe they're going to bust out the hand glider and prove you wrong, but
yeah,
it remains to be seen.
I don't know, man. I feel like MADBULLS just have this call of the void, right? You stood on the edge of the balcony, the little voice in the head saying, jump, just jump off, I promise. And you're like, whoa. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. That's crazy. Why would you even suggest that, Brian? That's weird. But for MADBULLS, I think sometimes they listen to the little voice in their head. And that's what I'm worried about coming into the finals here. I hope they don't. It would be also really amazing considering we have seen, what was it, last week in the second portion of Phase 2. We had 2 portions. You're very lucky. You're very lucky. We don't think you're greedy. We just think you deserve more. That's all. But in that second portion, we did have Gladiators getting an unbelievable amount of chicken dinners, John. So there's still a possibility to catch up. Very unlikely to happen, but there is a possibility.
It would require them to have already found the edge with their toes and be right on the edge. Call them Tom Daly. Maybe they're going to try and style it out. They're going to dive, hopefully, for the Gladiators' performance. Although, from what we've seen, the evidence suggests otherwise. They have absolutely knocked it out of the park so far. I've been a follower of this Gladiators progression, though, for quite a while, as I'm sure you're aware. I'm a bit of a fan of this team, right? And I absolutely love that they've changed coming into this season overall. They came in with a new coach coming through, obviously. They started to look a little bit shaky at the start of Phase 1, and they really picked it up. And then they really set their minds, as I said before, on that center style in that second phase, and they're pushing through in Phase 3. They are one of the most consistent teams in the region in terms of roster, in terms of play, and I do believe in them in a way that I think a lot of other people will be believing in them as well. Hopefully, they'll have a good start here. The plane path will see them to South George, as it will end there, but it will start over in Novo.
Yeah, there'll be late looting on this one. It is interesting, Phase 1, very heavy central focused gameplay from them. Phase 2, they try and play a little bit further out towards the edge, get a bit more used to playing that one. So I think it's a really interesting thing from Gladiators that they've sort of been using this as more like a scrimming platform than anything. Phase 1, how do we play the center? Phase 2, how do we play the edge and then get to the center later on? And I think towards the end of Phase 2 is where they really found their mojo. It didn't remain towards Phase 3. They lost their mojo once again. Had to go to the lost and found unit, try and pick through what is of there. You've got the yellow raincoats, looking for the mojo though. It's not appearing to be at this point in time. So I think for Gladiators, hopefully they've taken their time off to rifle through those bins, find the mojo, get back into the game, because that edge to central playstyle was phenomenal. It was really good. I'm seeing some of those similar mistakes we saw in Phase 1, which is where, they would send over, make a really, really quick rotation towards the center of the circle, lose one player in the process almost every single time. That's reoccurring now. And I think Gladiators perform at their best in a center circle towards the end game with 4 players alive. The communication is fantastic, the synergy is there, but losing a player really hurts you in a teamwork-based team.
Yeah, it's necessary to try and keep things together and not go for those Hail Marys, maybe getting a little bit overconfident towards that phase 3 start, but I still got faith in them. And to be fair, if you're without your mojo, if you're placing second in the phase, that is a statement and a half to be. I'll still pull for them, you know. I'll remain to be a fan for the time being. As we hop on board with the nameless South Post, this is slap bang in the middle of the islands here. On that south coast, they're going to have to shift west with the plane path and the circle as it is. Should be a little bit of a challenge on that south side. Dark Project just a little bit further ahead, but they're already on the road. They grabbed some vehicles, maybe pushing a little bit further west through the Titan stronghold that sprawls really around Ferry Pier and that West Bridge opening.
It is funny to me that Titans have had such a good amount of games, right? You know, they're not always on top, but they're definitely fearsome when it comes down to it. Yeah, and Erangel, it feels just like everyone wanders over them, right? It just feels slightly odd to me that they get so split off. Teams just rock through the area, steal all the vehicles. No one does anything about it. And for a team that is quite scary at the end of the day, it feels just like, you know, passing by the bogeyman over towards the supermarket, just giving them the old nod and the hello. That's not what should be happening. So for Titans, it is very odd to me the way they drop on these maps. It even happens on Miramar as well, where teams are just getting in on their area towards Minas Generalis. And same again down towards here in Ferry Pier. All point away from the team. Not a surprise at this point in time. You know, this happens always. This is an old boy thing. Split off from the team early on, tends to go down early. So for Titans, the potential is there. It's not met yet. You know, there's still time. This is the team that we said on paper looked fantastic. We've now seen that, you know, we folded the paper over. We made it into a paper airplane. We've tossed it. It's not gone very far.
It's one of those stub-nosed ones, and you think, oh, I folded this so well, it looks great. And then it just instantly nosedives, sometimes. To be fair, they have had some really strong performances, but you can't teach an old boy new splits. It's just not going to work. And I feel like that's what we've criticized them for in the past. Sometimes it sort of glimmers through, and maybe you think, oh, it's actually genius, but then no. Again, they get punished for it. This time, they allowed Dark Project to move ahead of them on that south coast. Not really going to put up any sort of a barrier, more preoccupied with the looting. They'll know the Dark Project are ahead of them, so that is a little bit of a benefit. Over towards Primorsk, they'll be wary now when they make their move, but they're still in the circle. They've still got a little bit of time.
It's just more the fact that, you know, we've seen Grand Theft Auto happen there. They've robbed all the cars, so Titan's going to be pretty lacking on vehicular mobility. So hopefully that will get sorted in the long run. Might be meaning that they're only down to 2 vehicles overall. Wait is not waiting. Starts driving away. Beck has to quickly run over, pull up the door and jump in. But he will get going alongside with his team. That's VIRTUS.PRO over towards that eastern side. They're playing MUERTE. We'll have to move in. Most teams actually already in the circle here. With MADBULLS over towards Rozhok. Gladiators having a good time here. I think they're quite happy on the refresh on that last game. You know, northeast circle to a western circle. Bosh, bosh, bosh.
That's what I say every single time. Bosh, bosh, bosh. I love it. They have some pretty solid rotational paths moving south. They can scout out those compounds to the southwest of Everest, or just take residence up there in general. They could even skirt the west coast, although I think that's a little bit less likely. The overlook onto Gatka Fields that those compounds provide you is invaluable. The question is, will they be able to hold them down? Because it's very, very likely that they get backfilled over towards that Everest position should they move down south. MADBULLS potentially one of the teams to do so. They could break north from Rozhok, swing over that direction and try and play from that north side of the river. If they don't want to go through that north side of Pachinki, those rolling hills, those headshot hills that sit between them and the center of this circle over in Gatka Fields.
I think MADBULLS, it's an interesting one because they certainly could head over towards the top side of the river, maybe backfill over towards Gladiators, but just feels like the amount we've seen from them, they're likely just to head towards a strong compound, hold it down, even if it's taken already. They're very comfortable with just rocking up on positions, shooting at players, taking them down, knocking them out, removing them from the lobby, and then claiming the compound as their own. It's something that we've already seen them do very well in the past. I think looking towards the future, I really shouldn't talk about this right now, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know, looking forward towards the future, because it feels very much likely they'll go towards PMGC now with the performance they've put up. I think this is something they're going to have to change, or at least look into working out a couple of bugs in it, because going for these really aggressive plays where you're banking on teams being worse than you are in a gunfight, that's not going to fly in PMGC, where we have teams that have some of the best players in the world. It's just not going to work. So MADBULLS, I'd hope finals is where maybe they start to take things maybe not a little bit more seriously, but just change up their gameplay for a more international setting.
Absolutely. I think they'll be able to get a little bit of a taste in that in the EU champs, maybe, with the Turkish teams joining in on the fray. But Fleek scouting out towards Major Pride in those rolling hills. You might be right, they are just going to try and punch a hole through it, and seems like Effect is going to be that hole that they have managed to find. The first knock is the only thing that goes through, though. They aren't close enough to go fully for the flush yet. Fleek might be able to launch a nade over, but Nomi has his number. A nade over the top just about squeaks away with a sliver of HP. Reverses rapidly down the hill, frantically pulls out that first nade, and another nade lands right on the money. Fleek goes down. Nomi moves out wide to position. Naomi is there as well to try and get that side flank, control this res, and stop MADBULLS from getting Fleek back up.
Yeah, it's a really nice double grenade coming there from Nomi. I mean, that's just really good understanding. Frozen has to hit these shots here. Dino will rock up, and that should be MADBULLS fairly taken care of. TUNA still going though, with Zerich as well on side. Two very, very good players on the team. Not to say there's really any bad players over on MADBULLS. Every single one of them can perform. So Effect out. Not ideal. MADBULLS down to just TUNA now. We'll have to send away. Again, this is what I'm talking about with MADBULLS just going for these crazy plays now. It was sort of unnecessary, right? We already talked about that northern rotation. There wasn't a lot of people over there. You know, swinging down towards hospital side. That might have actually been a really good play for them to go for. A really good rotate. So this was what I would say, and I say it all the time, is an unnecessary rotate, an unnecessary fight to take.
They trimmed down their options and got rid of some of that lovely fat that may have just given them the best stake in the world. But unfortunately, it was a mistake for them. Dagestan managed to shimmy on past this engagement as well. They were further on the east of this spot, and as we've seen, have started their improvement. They are doing well. They managed to get through, and now look at where Dagestan have managed to get, because they didn't engage with this fight of Major Pride and MADBULLS. They are in some of the most powerful spots right now, with Limbo playing on that southwest point. The circle as it is means they are going to have to shift a little bit further west, but they had that already on the cards, that really strong launching point.
It's an interesting circle, because like it's very much defined by this western side. There's practically a ridge that heads down towards Gladiators Way, where you can get some very good shots down towards that south side. For Gladiators, they do have to worry sort of about these teams coming across the field, which is what Dagestan's been able to do so well here, because there's not a lot of teams playing in this area or towards Everest. Dagestan's just being able to send across very easily with basically no contest on that fielded side. Now Gladiators have to continually watch their back. They do have those compounds to play around with. You can see what I was talking about earlier on with Tixi holding up front on this ridge side, looking down towards Dark Project and TUNA. Great information provided for them. So for Gladiators, this is technically a good start for them. But with Dagestan getting slowly closer and closer towards them, as well as VULGAR boys, there's going to have to be one hell of a defense on the cards for this team.
Dark Project scooped out by Tixi, but he doesn't have the angle, doesn't really have the team shot yet to go for it. But they'll have the info, they'll bide their time. More worried about the north side. All the boys, Dagestan, two teams that we've seen the real glow up from. Going head to head now, Zadira from the top window. Finds one, looks for the shoulder of the second, and Dakimi is found. Zadira, brutal. The Bunnies will not be able to keep those two alive. Foopsman with a chance over towards Zadira, but he's running for cover instead. Tresley regrouping over towards him, and the open ground not favouring. Tresley will be able to try and get back up to that ridgeline, but Foopsman healing in the meantime, pops that smoke to try and stay safe from Zadira. Matic spotted in the meantime. Dagestan have made their way over further to the west.
Yeah, again, a really good plays here from Dagestan, currently holding off 2 teams. The moment with VULGAR boys going down single-handedly to Zadira kind of frees up a lot of space, a lot of angles for the other team to start taking shots over towards Gladiators. So in that instance, we'll pick Matic back up again. So Gladiators back up to 4, but yeah, unideal. This is where they really have to make a complete full focus over towards that northern side. With the circle now shifting down towards the south, the fielded area being in between. Dagestan has to sort of fight through Gladiators to get into the circle or make a wide wrap over towards Hospital. But again, there's not many options going through there. It is just all fields. So the real big potential for Dagestan is that fight with Gladiators, or just slinging down on the coastal beach side. Again, both options could work. I think fighting on the Gladiators is probably going to be the best bet, though. You don't want to be caught down towards the beach. It's basically a losing position, right? You're just playing for placements at that point in time.
The Gladiators seem to realise that that might be the best option for the teams on the north as well. They've regrouped up to that northern side. They've allowed Dark Project a little bit more leeway. They've moved further on in to try and hold out both Dagestan and SBG on this northeastern side. You've got VULGAR, the duo, remaining on that north side as well. You've got TUNA for MADBULLS, the last player standing on that squad just there. But those are the 2 major players on the north edge, Dagestan and SBG. If Gladiators can force them to fight each other, their work is going to be so much easier, and it will give them that ridgeline that you were talking about, right, to operate through, to move past Dark Project.
Yeah, I just don't want to see Gladiators peak too early on this one. I think there's been a fair few times where they'll have peaked early on to a fight that could have been brewing. They'll lose 1 player, and then instantly after that, even though there are 2 teams in that location, they'll just get crashed on by 1, crashed on by the second. Nobody really wins in that scenario. At least one of the teams is going to lose at least 1 player. So I think for SBG as well as Dagestan, they're hoping the Gladiators gets a little bit too big for the boots. In the meantime, Dagestan has just sent down the ridge side over towards the west. Smart move. Tixi sends away, provides information back. Overall, you know, I think this is the realistic option for Gladiators, is they send close together, pack up in towards a 4-man unit, open up towards that ridge side on the west side, which doesn't have the compound availability to Dagestan, and just give it up. So a little bit more of a polite play from Gladiators as opposed to full-on holding, but I think they also realize, like I was saying earlier on, 4 players on that team, very good.
They just need to smuggle them into that last circle. See if they can avoid the authorities there. So we get a replay. This was pretty clean from Zadira, hopping out the window here and finding Dakimi. Really, really solid stuff. Should have been punished there, to be honest. He shouldn't have been able to, shouldn't have been allowed to do that, but a really swift double elim, picking that one up. Really great news for the hold.
Yeah, again, that's what sort of opened things up there for Dagestan, because as soon as they got that knockover towards Gladiators, it actually gave them a lot of room to breathe in terms of their next rotation, because you're taking essentially 2 angles out of the mixture, because 1 player is down, the other player is rezzing, 2 other players can't really hold on, especially when they know that Tixi should be down towards that south side, watching towards Dark Project. So overall, very smart play coming through from Dagestan to instantly take that time to get out those buildings, start to regroup, look about where they want to head in towards circle. So I really enjoyed that. Next one heads up towards the northern side, though. Look how much field is in this. Really grim, very cruel. You're moving out from that south side as well, where there's a lot of swamp in play as it comes right up on our screen. So yeah, it's not easy over towards this area of the map. Not easy to play at all. You're either playing, you know, with your boots wet or dry out in the field with no cover whatsoever.
It is very, very tough going. Titan spotted by VIRTUS.PRO, who have that compound on the north side of the swamp, that ridgeline to their north, giving them cover from players up further and out in the open, although it's unlikely that they'd get peeked anyway. Titan tried to move in next door. VIRTUS.PRO will collect their cup of sugar and take one of the Titans down, losing Old Boy in the process of moving on in, but they do get into a pretty solid little enclosure for themselves for the time being, although leaving that another mess entirely. KONINA Power spot EXO and take it down.
KONINA not doing too badly. Nice shot there from Hayes. Realistically, the best player on the squad at the moment, has been putting up some big numbers. Been a bit falling off in terms of capability recently, but again, definitely really strong when it comes to gun skill. Redox is able to take down Hayes, in which case both the players from Nexus will take that opportunity to move further in, past KONINA Power, hopefully hold them out later on. PERMITTA Esports been playing in one of the most awkward positions on the map for a long, long while over towards that eastern side. You can see that a lot of players haven't opted to head there, just considering there's really nowhere else to go as the circle shifts inwards. There's a couple of positions towards that field where you can hide in. You know, the telephone tower really is one of the ones that I would be immediately drawn to. But again, it's not amazing.
South side, the Nameless going against Unicorns of Love here as Unicorns of Love cavalry right on in over the hill. And unfortunately though, Howler is ready for them. And he will spray down one, look for Icy as well, trying to get the pump action over the bonnet, will find the first, swaps out to the M4, but the explosion just too strong there. SBG chiming in onto Major Pride in the meantime, but the Nameless stay alive with 3. Howler and 0, Resable here, but they are right squidged on that southwest side.
It's pain. They're getting out of here is going to be really difficult. Dark Project's got their number as well, and they're calling it furiously. In the meantime, TUNA's just trying to put down the phone, as is CJ. Very, very difficult. KONINA Power do make their way forward. Again, this is what I talked about earlier. Nexus head up towards Observatory, hope to hold them out. Very important that Redox got that first initial knock. This could be a great nade. Does a little bit of damage, but that's not enough. Not what they were looking for.
Still has plenty in the pocket though. Palucci out with the DBS. Redox picks them up, goes for 1 and 2 as they run out. The UMP close range of Hayes goes down to Kapahala on the staircase, and Becker now with it all to do. Last standing for KONINA Power, wants to look for a flush, but Kapahala's got a DBS of his own. It's Duke against Duke. They're stepping, the console controlling this fight right now, and it's going to be Becker to keep KONINA Power alive. Nexus looking good at the start, but they burnt the candle at both ends, and in the end were extinguished.
Really difficult there for Nexus to come out on top, honestly. But to be fair, Redox really opened the entirety of that engagement for the first initial knock over towards Hayes so they could get ahead of things. 2, then allowing Kapahala to get towards that 1v1. I think that smoke really caused some serious problems for him. Couldn't quite tag him. And he was in a scenario where if he hit one of those DBS shots for about 10 seconds, that fight would have been over. Next circle, down towards that south side. Rough as anything. We're heading over towards a swamp. We're heading over towards a field. Any team that had found themselves a bit of a compound, a bit of sanctuary over towards that northern side will now have to leave.
A really tough crossing from this north side. Dagestan have manipulated this circle incredibly well so far, Blank. It's been great to watch. They shimmied on past the south side of Major Pride and MADBULLS. They managed to now squeak that ridgeline away from the Gladiators, and they have not missed out on their fair share of engagements as well. Zadira popping that double that we saw before, and they're just going to play this west coast. Dark Project, their next contender. They'll have to worry about their northern flank. It's Major Pride trying to push down towards the position from PERMITTA. These hills, really the only sanctuary in the open. Major Pride wanting to try and give it themselves as that foothold to move further west.
Not easy for them to get in. Major Pride, again, will have to fight through PERMITTA Esports, who have been holding on this precarious edge of the map for quite some time. Major Pride is not doing too bad though. They are down to 3, so some of these nades have to hit. Athis very close in the smoke on that left side, so Major Pride's going to have to be a bit wary of that one, considering the amount of times that Athis has found himself a couple of cheeky picks.
Nomi shots out towards SBG, who are trying their field crossing, but will be a miracle if they're able to make it. To be fair, they're all still alive, as unhealthy as they might be right now. Nades ringing from Nomi. Shots are good over to 33 temp, and will be put down there. Mixer at the back. Wanted to try and reposition for it, but a second nade over the top might just be able to look for the flush. He's already very, very low, and he's got that last nade in the pocket. Nomi wants to seal the deal here. Remove a player from the PERMITTA ranks. Gets a second knock with that as well. That is an excellent deal. Probably the best deal in the history of trade deals ever, but Athis, he's able to sign on the dotted line for them, and it will take down that forward outpost. In the meantime, the back line is handled as well. A Major Pride fall.
It's a bad deal. after all.
And
Not so good. Zadira moves straight in, almost clips him with the backside of the vehicle there. Gladiators will have to really pump this up to 100 to survive this. Kitsune already going strong, just one player left in Shifu and Zadira here. 2 players, sorry, able to stay alive for a little bit longer. In the meantime, SBG able to get all their players back up their feet. That has been very crazy indeed. They were very much hurting earlier on, taking more shots now from along the way. But for Gladiators, it's getting a bit scary. Keep dies outside of the blue. Shifu and Zadira still up. Kitsune just taking hit after hit as SBG is moving in.
They were down to just Narvalo. They managed to pull everybody back to their feet. And somehow they're still fragging out on this north side, but they are similarly at risk. And you can see that Dagestan are still going to take that fight. The Gladiators whittled away down to just the one now. And they're going to have to try and survive with just Tixi. Try and play SBG off against Dagestan, and the backstop from PERMITTA as well. The firing line from VIRTUS.PRO to the south could also be a factor here. But KASIK team have got a sight line to boot.
Yeah, really strong position is this. This is a little bit over towards that high ground, looking down towards the guys on TUNA. You know, it is fortuitous the circle moves over here, put some slap bang in the central, but a very, very strong position to hold. And I think when it comes to holding compounds, KASIK can do that quite well. I think it's some of their rotations that leave something to be desired, but their end games are fairly strong. Already finding Athis there on the shots. They're just trying to injure teams as they make their way in. VIRTUS.PRO, as well as KONINA Power, some of their biggest contenders in this circle.
VIRTUS.PRO with that ridgeline in front of them. They've been there for a long time. The shifts have been fortuitous on that position. And they'll be able to play that ridgeline out to the west side. Very likely that they end up top 3. Shifu challenging off against Tixi and will not be able to weather the storm. Tixi stays alive on the northern side. The last player for Gladiators was able to keep it going. Narvalo down to Mixer. Very, very low HP, and it's actually VIRTUS.PRO to pick that final point. Snowick's now the last to stand for SBG. Nobody has survived the field blank.
Yeah, it's a horrid position to be in. I mean, you've got Narvalo. Tixi's the last one to make his way out from that position, but he's got a difficult push to make here. Head slowly down towards that south side, attempts to get in towards the circle itself. KONINA Power have this off angle over towards VIRTUS.PRO. And so one thing I do worry about for VIRTUS.PRO is an understanding that could be players down towards that southwest side. Usually, KONINA Power should just be shut down immediately, but VIRTUS.PRO is pretty preoccupied with trying to get over towards the top of this road. You can see there, the sight lines just slinging past over towards VIRTUS.PRO. Very awkward. They do have eyes on them now, so they're doing exactly what I hoped for. Just smart over towards this little shack that they're holding on this edge. But again, this might be mutually assured destruction here, John.
If KASIK team can get a little bit closer as well, VIRTUS.PRO might just be a nade range of Trofka to try and control this eastern side. They'll know, of course, that there are teams here. The question is who's going to be able to maintain that summit control. Because KONINA Power really just waiting for this one to pop off. They don't really have too many options. VIRTUS.PRO will see them immediately, and if they crest that ridge, it's straight into sight lines of the Nameless, as well as trying to swing around. You're going to bump into TUNA there as well.
Yeah, I think for KONINA Power, their biggest difficulty is the Nameless, right? It's not realistically VIRTUS.PRO, it's not KASIK team either, because pushing over the road here towards the north for KONINA Power is directly into hard cover. So the Nameless will get shots towards their backside, but they need to move in. So VIRTUS.PRO do get the circle. KONINA Power will have to brave the road here to get up towards that hard cover, behind those trees, behind those rocks. But again, that is now in nade range of KASIK team. KASIK, I mean, realistically should have hit that at the end of the day, but Tixi will finally go down in 8th, straight directly into TUNA. Dark Project making some weird moves right now on the dance floor.
They are pretty booky on those moves. Nades over the top from Dark Project, trying to get some retribution, but TUNA launching them back in kind. No one taking shots just yet. KASIK team will aid them in their defense. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dark Project are no more. They are taken down. A bombardment from TUNA and KASIK over the top.
Good stuff from TUNA. Slowly but surely getting better as a team. Really working hard behind the scenes as well, which is nice to see. Haze goes down. The Nameless, though, suffering major casualties. This is most likely going to be a showdown between TUNA, VIRTUS.PRO, and KASIK team. with that compound. The fact that it doesn't push them out from this ridge from VIRTUS.PRO does put KASIK in a slightly more precarious scenario because they're going to have to be first to face over towards this northwest side. Getting that initial knock and flush over towards TUNA is massive, though, for KASIK team. Makes it so much more easy to control on the northwest edge.
Smokes have bloomed around KONINA Power. The Nameless are dismounted from that south position. Gory, the only player to go down so far for KONINA Power. The next zone just about to close. And they'll make their move. With the smoke cover, they'll get up to that little indentation of the ridgeline, but that is not going to go well. Wait is so ready for it. The spray down from Becker, looking for Ruder, but it's put back. A really solid shot, but it comes from English up the top. They are they have so much oversight on this fight, Blank. KONINA Power just getting crunched away now. Finally down to the last player and will be bombed out. VIRTUS.PRO pick up 9 eliminations so far on the match.
Yeah, I think KASIK team realize they need to have a bit of influence over towards this engagement now, if not ever, because VIRTUS.PRO has made their way up. Every single player pretty healthy as well. English goes down on the outside as TUNA makes his way in, and KASIK team frustrated by this. Again, there needs to be a bit more pressure applied, especially as this circle starts to move in. Elementrix with a nade, the only one he's got left remaining over towards Unicorn.
We'll be able to tag a little bit of damage. The Molotov threw in as well. I might be able to spread and catch him. Unicorn is going to be able to get that heal off.
That is an interesting angle there from Skills on KASIK. Just holding the tree line, allowing players to walk slowly but surely in. 2 players remaining now for them. Unicorn and Skills is last left alive. Have the compound. TUNA over towards our west. VIRTUS.PRO on their eastern side. Great game here from VIRTUS.PRO. Really calm and patient. I think that's the main thing that we need to look at from VIRTUS.PRO. Now they've taken some significantly good angles. Thing is, they're not inside the compound, so they are still open to some of these solos actually taking shots over towards them.
VIRTUS.PRO this match getting 2, I would say, very favorable shifts on the circles. One to cut in that swamp compound on the north side that they had. And then that second where it was basically down to KASIK and VIRTUS.PRO. Both of them, they played perfectly. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Now it's just a question of conversion. Snowix has been able to survive the field, but he's going to have to leave it now. And it's been his sanctuary for a while. We'll see if he's able to do so.
FAMAS in hand for Skills and no cover whatsoever for him. I imagine he was going to get shot at sooner or later. Snowix gets taken down. Skillses will survive for the back of that. So I think it was Snowix taking shots over towards Skillses. Wait's going to move through, try and clear out this player that was obviously being shot at. Unicorn's not really providing any support. Wait will drop the nade, pulls out the pin, just sat inside the smoke. Goes a little bit too far, though.
But he knows that that zone is dangerous, which is great news, because you were talking about how it's a little bit of an odd angle for Skillses. But you liked it. This time, though, will be spotted. Crawls back to the tree. TUNA going to eat a nade from Unicorn. Obito goes down and a lot of damage found as well. He steps out. He wants this flush. Zero looking for the heal straight away as Obito just will be flushed away by that Tommy gun. More nades for VIRTUS.PRO. They hear that. They know that he's going to step out looking for the flush, and they crash immediately onto the side of his building. Unicorn low, forced out as Beck steps on in. Skills is still out wide. He's still got Zero there as well. A nade in hand, 2 of them in the back pocket. Unicorn down, so it is just down to Skills'. Elementrix looks for the flush, and up steps TUNA. Zero is there, finds one on to Wait, and Elementrix puts down the first. Wait on the roof will be resible, and it is just Skills as they know that there's a player in this zone, and nade needs to be big, but it's an air burst short, and Ruder stays up top, ever watchful, ever waiting, and it's VIRTUS.PRO riding on to victory.
Great game there from VIRTUS.PRO overall. I think KASIK could maybe play that one a bit differently. I don't think the step out from English, it happened at the wrong time, right? I think that step out from English had to come along around like stage 6. As soon as you're stepping out around by stage 7, there's so many teams that could be around you in that moment, especially when you're so close to a field finish as well, John. It's likely that there is going to be a lot of solos, right? Just like wandering their way in, battered and bruised with their walking stick, dragging themselves in. So I think that for English, maybe not the right time to be stepping out, and potentially that position could have been locked down a lot earlier from KASIK team.
VIRTUS.PRO emerge from the swamp, wet boots and all, and will be able to squidge their way to a cheeky little chicken dinner.
Where's Jackie when you need him? Where is he? We got a VIRTUS.PRO victory here, and he's not even here, Max, to be complimenting them as the Jackie conglomerate is able to get the victory.
Yeah, it's Predictron has been here, has been imbued into the show. That's why it's still here in some way, shape, or form. But what a strong game from I was going to say from John Allen, but that's the VIRTUS.PRO logo right there. That they're able to get themselves the win, and everyone got out of their swamp, Kalaris, and just absolute domination with their 2-2 split in particular to shut down a lot of those northern eastern rotations. So
yeah,
and we talked about it at the end. All you had to do is wait for the fight to happen between KASIK and TUNA. You third party that. Easy win for the squad, and 23 points to start off the second half of the phase. That's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, excellent stuff. I like to call it the Shrek rotation when you're going through.
Oh, I love that. My favorite rotation.
23 points for them. It is a big win to start things off, especially since, you know, you want to make sure that you're getting towards that Livic towards the end of the day. You mentioned it before, but I mean, we don't really need to go on that too much. It's a little bit off just yet. There's plenty of games to be played out. Interesting start here, though, for the big names. Major Pride, only 4 eliminations. MADBULLS gets caught early in this game, Max. Isn't able to do anything.
This game was just like an onion. There's layers to it here, Kalaris, and really that rotation from MADBULLS early on. I feel like that's something that Blank mentioned at the start, that sometimes the early stage, especially trying to leave Rozhok, can be a little bit rough on their split. So they just got to be careful because they are very vulnerable when they do that. So it's just one thing, but it's the MADBULLS. They're going to have one game. They're going to pop off the next. Really, who cares too much about it? Not too sure. But otherwise, if we want to bring up some interesting facts about this game, I think that we had a long back and forth about KASIK team in particular and what was happening with Trofka, because Trofka really, I think, was having a good idea, scouting that hilltop in the fields. You have a little bit of a hill that's really strong. There's a nice dip, so you can play from it really easily. And it seemed like there was some miscommunication or indecision as to what the game plan was, which I would love to hear the team comms to know what was going on there.
Yeah, I would have also loved to have heard the internal dialogue of Trofka at that moment, where he's like, day 3, and they're still not joining me on this brilliant hill in the middle of the field. Why aren't they coming? But no, it's let's take a look at VIRTUS.PRO's numbers here for a moment. We can continue on that topic in a second, because Beck and Elementrix were able to do a lot in this game. As Elementrix, of course, was coming in with the DBS towards the end and popping off.
Oh yeah, I wonder if Beck's going to remember how strong a game he's just had with his squad. It's probably not. He's going to forget about it, which is good. He's focused on the next match already. But yeah, Elementrix has been good. Actually, only 332 damage and 5 elims. There's been a bit of kill stealing right there, I think. I'm not sure what's happening over there on the side of Elementrix.
The most impressive thing about it, though, when we take a look at how they were able to approach this game, is getting over that road could have been a potential death sentence. However, they pushed at just the right time on that compound, right, Max?
It was about timing, really. You know that TUNA are currently fighting KASIK because you see the smokes, you're hearing the nades, you understand a fight is currently unfolding. When you start to see Nox come onto the elimination feed, that's when you send it and make it to the other ridge. And the moment I saw Elementrix next to the compound, I was telling you, Kalaris, it's a fight for second place pretty much between TUNA and KASIK team, because VP got too many angles. I think one of the players had 5 or 6 nades at the time, so they're just going to obliterate every single angle that they're just not sure where player is going to be. So yeah, we kept talking about VIRTUS.PRO, how they've been improving, and really this is textbook how you play this kind of fight and how you just make sure you win that third party.
Yeah, especially with the circles kind of helping you out in regards to keeping a little bit of that swamp in play. Let's take a look at the highlights here for the game. As over by Ruins, as you can see, this was the initial downfall of MADBULLS. But again, even Major Pride getting a few wounds here or there. So these two teams really battling for those top spots. As with a very west circle as well here, Max. It's kind of a little bit foreign compared to what we saw, which was east circles all day, every day.
Yeah, while we're looking at the replays, I do want to bring up a point of speculation. I might be completely off on this one, okay? What if Major Pride, understanding, okay, race to PMGC is a bit tough, what if we try and cut off rotations of MADBULLS? I'm not saying that's what happened here. Maybe they just rotate to one another by mistake. That can happen. But what if we see this happen multiple times? That could be something that Major Pride are trying to set up, because MADBULLS, even when Major Pride get a good game, MADBULLS still can get some decent top 5 positions right behind them and are really hard to catch up to. So the only way to catch up would be to eliminate MADBULLS early, or at least try and take out a player or two if they are split early, which is what they tend to do leaving Rozhok. So something to keep in mind as we enter the rest of Phase 3, but that could be something Major Pride has on mind.
Yeah, as you say, I think we should keep our eye on it, not kind of confirm it just yet. We'll see as the games do go on here between all this. But back to KASIK, because I think what's cool is that in that circle, if it goes into the fields and Shrovka's kind of gone over to the east side and kind of got that hill, that's an excellent place to play. The funny thing for us, I think, is the fact that he left and then came back again. And he was like, yeah, guys, there's still nobody. So it just so happens to be that the circle focused down on this one compound, and technically that's great for KASIK. But if it hadn't, who knows how this game could have gone.
Guys, I swear, I literally scouted this spot twice, okay? It is double safe right now. And then you saw PERMITTA coming in and Shrovka's thinking, oh, guess I'll regroup onto the position. And then the circle regrouped on that entire compound, the entire rest of the team were, and they were like, oh, we told you, Shrovka. And it's like, we got a bit lucky on the circle, guys. That was still a good spot. But yeah, it worked out great at the end. They still get himself a podium finish, which is good for them to have. But what if the circle goes in the fields? As you said, that would have been the best position in that entire game.
Potentially. All right, let's move on from that then, as well, as obviously VIRTUS.PRO's got themselves a brilliant win from this. Are we looking at damage deals, or are we looking at overall? It's overall here. There's no movement for MADBULLS, as they're at 164 still here beyond all of this. But look at that, with VIRTUS.PRO able to leap up into 4th place. This could make them challenge for even 2nd place. Definitely not 1st place.
They were in 10th position before this. I mean, that goes to show how big the MADBULLS effect is, because they're just a sponge on their own. So a lot of the teams that are from 2nd and below are so close. So one big game like what VIRTUS.PRO were able to do can make you jump 3, 4, 5 places in this single match. In particular, that was 6 places they were able to jump after a singular chicken dinner, which is massive. And they're going to keep doing it. I think that we've seen big improvements, and as I stated about VIRTUS.PRO, I think this is textbook how you play this position, making sure you're clearing your backside, then you just regroup as you transition across the road. Very open to push based on when teams are fighting, when you see the elimination feed light up. So I loved it, and we said this team had so much potential after these big roster changes since spring, and they're looking great. Though on to the second page, I'm still waiting to see what VULGAR boys are going to bring to the table here, because as you said on the pre-show, they have improved a lot. So I'm waiting to see how their next match is going to go.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping to see them be able to do something too here, because I think, as you say, at the beginning of this tournament, it did look very invisible, but now there is a glimmer of hope for the guys. As we take a look down towards the bottom, there's not much glimmers of hope down here. So that's that.
And MUERTE's in 15th now. Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, MUERTE 15th. Okay, I'm not good at yeah, we still need to wait. Furia, well, the nades. I don't know. We need to wait and see it. Yeah.
Help, Furia. You're our only hope. All right, we'll go to the commentators. It's Miramar time, the Dusty Dunes. Let's head over to John and Blank.
We're about to take a left turn over towards Miramar here from Erangel, the Dusty Dunes, as Kalaris so aptly put it. We're going to be jumping in, of course, in just a moment. Blank, we saw a dribs and drabs field finish, play spoiler to KASIK's stronghold that maybe should have been in a different spot, but ended up in probably what was the best chance for them.
Yeah, I think, you have that circle move a little bit further towards the western side, and it's a very different game. But, as the look of the draw, I think in terms of KASIK, they played that out as well as they could. But for VIRTUS.PRO, fantastic use of that circle when it came through. And I think you have to be able to do that when the moment rises, where, you have a situation where you're on the edge of the circle, you get that circle coming to you, you control that area as best you can and move in late. They essentially could isolate a lot of the teams over towards the west. They got rid of their biggest target, which was KONINA Power earlier on. And then they just sort of had to wait for KASIK team to fall prey to all these solos, to these teams coming in from that northern side. As the guys on the desk were saying, Shrovka did his best to scout things out. The timing was not there, though. It was not on his side whatsoever. So they do fall prey to some antics on that side of the map. So yeah, a bit unfortunate for the KASIK team. I hope they would go further. But again, nice win for VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, they'll have a good time on that one. And as they were saying, that is a massive dent in those standings because of the sponging that MADBULLS have been doing. It is that sixth place jump, and you're looking at probably the top 8 teams, all very much possible that they could jump up in towards 2nd place right now, and even below that with 2 more pop-offs. With essentially 3 days fully of play, you do have a lot of opportunity to put in those big performances, but so does everyone else, so you've got to keep your wits about you. Drop over on the east side of Miramar right now, just west of Torre Hamada, down towards Puerto Paraiso. right over the top of Los Leones. We'll see who's going to drop out where. The Nameless dropping around the Oasis on the northern side there, Blank. Going to be a backstop to the Gladiators La Copleria, as they will have to move south on this south side.
Yeah, Nameless dropping in like that is a little bit odd over towards Gladiators. It has happened a few times where they've tried to take their drop spot. They don't really do too much in Oasis though, so I think Gladiators can be fairly comfortable with their position at the moment. Down towards that south side though, very hectic with Major Pride, No Mercy Warriors, Dagestan, as well as KONINA Power, including MUERTE on that northern edge. So Los Leones is heavily contested. A bit more difficult for teams maybe like MADBULLS as well as NEXUS in terms of getting out from this area. Typically with this circuit, you just want to move in through Labadita, through Los Leones on those rotational paths. You don't particularly want to have to head all the way towards that northern edge, smooth in through El Azahar. That's kind of a me rotate. You don't want to do a me rotate. That's horrible. I rotate terribly in these games. I refer to Calaris for all my rotations in future. So I think for MADBULLS and NEXUS, yeah, a bit tougher to move through. And after that last game, we saw MADBULLS kind of just hit their head against the wall multiple times versus Major Pride, attempting to get into the circle as fast as possible. Yeah, there might be some difficulties here for them.
Potential to have a little bit of a struggle bus. We'll have to wait and see. Dark Project on that northwestern side. Close by, you've got Tixi, PERMITTA on that south edge. A little bit further central, Picardo, occupied by KASIK, MUERTE on the west. Tixi's been spotted. He's got the Winnie though. Looking for to pop a couple shots there, but really can't stand up when you've got a Mini 14 sent your way. You're going to need something a little bit more spicy. Try and pull something else out of the bag. Regroup with the rest of the roster. Try and find some better loot there.
Yeah, it's the Winnie Mini battle. Not good. Not the one you want to be in at the end of the day. Right now, though, Gladiators don't have too bad of a performance here on Miramar, doing fairly decently for themselves. I think they're one of the teams that kind of capitalized on that long-range engagement earlier on in this tournament, you know, really fielding that Mini 14 quite frequently. I think a lot of other teams within the lobby have started to now realize that, you know, that's sort of the play, boys. Let's go for that one. Long-range gameplay is what we want to have. I think if you start going over towards Los Leones, that's where you start dropping the Mini 14 or even a Monte Nuevo finish. You start dropping the Mini 14, picking yourself up a DBS. But yeah, Gladiators certainly have championed that for quite a while now in PMPL EU, becoming much more meta as we head through. In fact, you know, I think every single player we've been over towards has a Mini 14 other than Tixi, which is kind of silly considering I'm saying that the guys that made this happen in the first place is your old boys on Gladiators.
So it's good to see this sort of shift coming on through. What have you spotted?
Well, it's always it's always Athis, man. Every time, dropping the peace sign, first elimination, every single match. He loves it. He loves it. He loves the first blood.
It's just the way it's got to go, mate. It's just throws that peace sign and gets it done. PERMITTA, they're playing on this northwest side of the circle, just southeast of El Pozo, in between El Pozo and Picardo, near Power Grid. And they'll be looking to try and continue to take that control. Really good stuff. But an unfortunate start for Dark Project, losing a player this early. We've said that they just kind of haven't been able to gather that storm around them in the way that we would like to, in the way that we've seen from them before, moving into this phase. And right now, it's not looking good for their hopes to make it even into finals.
It's just kind of a little bit of a non-plus team, right? I just don't really see anything happening with them. They exist in the lobby. That's about as far as we can talk about them. Hopefully in future that won't be the same conversation we're having about them. But yeah, I don't really have too much to say about that team at the moment. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see in the meantime. SPG, that last game, getting quite a few eliminations, getting far into the match as well, alongside with Snowix. Really nice to see. I mean, Snowix has just been such a phenomenal player as an addition to the team. Nowhere near as effective as he was over in the clash between EU and Africa, but I think that kind of was his breakaway stage. Comes into PMPL EU feeling fairly fresh. There's a lot of difficult teams here though, but he's still putting up numbers, and that's the main thing for Snowix. Again, Victor, Snowix, Navallo, Ala, SPG, slowly getting better over time. It has taken a while though, right? It has taken a while to get rolling, but they're eventually here now. There is just a few little mistakes here and there that we are seeing from these boys. Ooh, where's he spotted him?
I think he did. He should have done. He's very preoccupied with that ridge now. I don't know if the spot went both ways, but certainly Shockwave have the bead on SnowX himself. Goodness me. Good job duck back behind that headland when he did, because that could have gone disastrously. Oh, he definitely, look at him. He definitely knows that SKS is trained, is fixed to the sides, to that peak. He's just waiting. He knows he's going to go for it. But he's just going to have to pull off to reposition with the rest of the team. They're all on their bike. They're all down to the roadside. He's like, but I know there's a player here. I want to shoot at him. And SnowX might actually give him the chance.
Yeah, desperate for the peak. Terminus gets the shots. He wins the engagement technically by way of law. You know, he got the first couple of hits in. He feels better about himself. He's fairly smug about that one. Now he can leave. Bit of a power play coming through on side of Shockwave.
And I knew you were there the whole time. I knew it. I knew it. You can't get away with that. But he backs him off and repositions, like you say. I think it was it. Under the common law, I win that engagement. Something like that.
Yeah, obviously.
He knows
what's going on. He hit the first shot.
A free man traveling. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Circle does move down towards that south side, though. Just waiting for this one to close, heading towards stage 2. Biggest shift of the game. A lot of teams, again, will have to be in vehicles. That's why you see a lot of them rotating in right now, is because they want to rotate in alongside with the circle. You don't necessarily want to be stopping off on the edge of the circle and then getting going again. You just want to slowly rock your way in, see that next circle shift, and then send.
Players over in the west points of Los Leones. Dagestan trying to gather themselves to push out that side. Major Pride to the northeast of Chumasara Hills. Trying to control this area. Next circle pop, one of the biggest shrinks we see, and it is pretty brutal here. Gets a lot of Los Leones in there. La Bendita crater on the north side. Those ridges on the north of Los Leones will be heavily populated as soon as you can imagine there, Blank. Nexus on the eastern side, playing on that 2-2 split, potentially with a really solid spot here.
Yeah, for Nexus is kind of a nice circle. You know, heading in from Impala, not too difficult to head over towards this area. I do think it's a little bit difficult for Nexus just in the case of, you know, you're heading across La Bendita Fields, you head towards this ridge side, there's going to be a lot of teams already in. Now you're trying to watch your back because it's fairly just open ground behind you. For Nexus, they have to barrel further in towards the circle. They don't want to get caught out here. This is realistically where you see a lot of teams, like, they'll take their stand on this position, John, after making a northeast rotate, you know, a wide wrap. For Nexus, who was so close to circle, they want to fight off against teams like Alpha, who have headed there nice and early. Already, though, they find one player, as I was saying earlier on, over towards Alpha team. This is good news for them. They can start to work their way in without worrying about VULGAR boys coming in from that back edge. But yeah, fantastic stuff.
Cheeky little shot over towards PERMITTA. Nexus having a little bit of a scrap as well. A lot of people trying to move on in. This was a pretty tricky shift, so you imagine it is going to get a little bit hot here. Doran down on the close position, but Alpha really struggling to find those responses. Will be able to finally lay into the Nexus backline, but a close push around the headland here from Redox keeps them in it. 2 players still active for them, and EXO can look for these reses. Alpha team will try and keep on going, but it's just going to be rebuffed again. This is really, really good stuff for Nexus to be able to barrel straight on in. They pushed, they regrouped off that 2-2. They went straight into Alpha team, and they have won this fight.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Is you don't want to get caught over towards where VULGAR's playing, just the south side of Minas Generalis. You want to head in. So as soon as they get that first initial knock, it's kind of what worried me about Nexus. They're quite a slow team at times. I didn't want them to get that first initial knock and then just like stumble, falter, you know, stall the vehicle. Instead, they just fully send over towards position, try and take the high ground off Alpha. It's one of the best positions in the lobby right now. So I'm really glad they do that. And Nexus is slowly but surely like getting a lot better at taking precedence in these circles, taking these big positions. I think before they were a little bit afraid to do it. They just felt slightly hesitant, maybe nervous in these matches, but that doesn't feel like it's the case anymore, with Doran and Redox certainly leading the charge. And I think for Redox, there is a really big thing to be said for this guy, because I think at the start, you know, we were shifting in EXO, shifting out Doran, giving Redox a lot more playtime. Overall, Redox you know, he's impressed me now. I think at the start I was a bit concerned. I was like, why are they fielding this guy? They have a perfectly fine roster with Kapahal, Octavian, Exo, Doran. Don't understand why we're trying to force this guy so hard. I understand it now. Now he's had a bit of play time, the amount of crazy shots I've seen Redux hit is phenomenal. So I'm glad that they did work past those teething problems with that fella on the team.
I mean, he's getting pretty close on that MVP score towards Kapahala and Doran as well. So you're right, he has slotted in very, very well over the course of this tournament. And we'll hopefully see a lot more from this roster with the shift as it is. Their center circle. They have a lot to prove now to fend off all the teams. All the dogs baying, barking for their blood.
Yeah, same problem they're going to find as also Alpha had is just taking these early peaks over towards teams. I think at the moment Nexus just needs to keep their nose clean for a little bit, wait for a couple more circles, understand where the circle is heading over towards. Right now they've got a great chance of being that center position just because of where they are in the circle itself. And so if they do get it, you know, stage 4, stage 5, that's where they need to start making a couple of careful peaks, playing on a 2-2 split, playing the buddy system, start taking a couple of players' names, and then go from there. But right now it looks very good for Nexus. Is MUERTE a 13th place team? Feels like recently they've certainly been playing to that standard. It's not where I want to see them stay, considering they are really strong. We've seen them perform massively well in the past, but they've just lost something, lost their edge a bit.
Second place over in phase 1, sixth place, sorry, in phase 2, and now 15th after that last match, so they are below the 13th place team. A little bit of a drop-off, as you say. No Mercy Warriors gonna scrap it out with them, though. And a very, very split No Mercy Warriors. It's really not that much of a scrap, I suppose. And they'll look for that res. They'll get on their bike and they'll get into the circle. The question is, where do they go? Because at the moment, they're right behind Los Leones. They're most likely just going to have to wend their way through the streets. And that is a treacherous prospect. With all the teams starting to gather on that northern side, there really is an impenetrable wall of presence on that northern edge. So maybe a west swing might be on the cards.
West swing could certainly be viable for them. It's just going to be slightly difficult to head in towards there. You know, you've got a lot of buildings to traverse through. Getting into stage 4, that's where the circle starts to hurt a bit harder. You know, if you're caught on that outside edge, you get into an engagement you don't want to be in. You know, life becomes pretty difficult pretty quickly, and you get cleaned up, mopped up by teams towards that center side. KASIK team a bit further in. Feels very Los Leones-y right now. I won't lie.
It's got a lot of those buildings. It's about a quarter of the circle, I'd say, is firmly in Los Leones. We'll see where this next shift comes through, though, because it's just about to pop. On the north side, you've got Shockwave spreading out across the La Bendita crater area and out to its west as well. SBG will be in those sight lines, but they are watchful out on that edge. The northern shift, so it does take us a little bit away from Los Leones into those hills.
I'm happy about it as well. I hate Los Leones to finish. It's so awkward to play a lot of times. Realistically, it's about who's got the most nades, who can place them better than other teams. And a lot of that just comes down to luck, because you're essentially just nading out positions that are likely to contain players in. You have about 6 chances, if you're lucky, because you've got 6 nades in the back pocket, to hit that 50-50 chance of a player being in that location. If you don't hit it, you're going to struggle to get in, you're going to struggle to take off positions. So overall, I don't like Los Leones' finishes. I think they're fun to watch, but particularly as a player, you wouldn't want to be jumping in there. Over towards the north side, a little bit more comfortable to play. This horrible terrain that looks nasty on our screens over towards the eastern side. Most interesting feature, I would say, of this particular circle itself. You know, there's a lot of elevation in this area. There's a lot of dips and dives that you could head in towards, a couple of ditches to play around. If you're on that western edge, there's a few compounds to play as well, which is why you're seeing a lot of teams actually angle towards that western side right now, looking to pick up some of the more safe positions. But the rest of the areas around those compounds are fairly barren.
Difficult to get out of if you find yourself trapped inside of them, of course. We say that about pretty much every urban environment situation. Getting into Los Leones, sure, it's very, very possible, but these teams on the northern edge looking to try and get out. They are going to have to move to those compounds that you were talking about, most likely. That could potentially come a cropper on the rotation there.
Yeah, Nexus certainly pleased as well. Yeah, Nexus is very pleased about this one because they're playing pretty much central right now with that high ground elevation. Feels really good for them. There's a lot of pressure on them now, though. A lot of teams starting to push their way in towards that spot. I think they're most happy about this, like you're saying, John. You know, getting out of Los Leones, not easy, bro. It's not easy. It's a pretty tall task ahead of you to get out of that area. There's so many buildings you have to traverse through. So many buildings that could have players in that you've got to traverse through. So overall, for a lot of these teams on the south side, difficult prospects in the future for themselves. Nexus, on the other hand, all they have to do is make a couple of cheeky peeks. You know, take out 1 or 2 players, bish bash bosh, job's done. By the time that most of these teams get towards you, they're fairly injured, they're fairly hurting. So I think for Nexus, realistically, it's about, like I said, again, playing that buddy system alongside each other. You've got Kapahala and Exo watching the northern side. That's good, well done, hats off to you, as well as Redox and Doran, arguably their best aimers, looking down towards Los Leones. So I love this setup that they've got going on.
A really big hold for Nexus. Difficult to move past. We'll wait and see if that stop is going to be firm, because all of these teams milling about now, starting to get into the mulch of it. The Gladiators out to the west, probably one of the teams better positioned of this southwestern group, have taken a knock. In terms of their options available to them, they have got a little bit clear of a north flank, and so they could potentially make use of that. But with that high ground that exists from Nexus and PERMITTA pushing up on it, might be too tricky for them. PERMITTA playing as 3 with Athis at the back, will be crashing on as 2. So potential for the Gladiators to just assuage that threat. A hard northern shift again brings us up further away from this group on the south, and that is carnage in the waiting.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nexus is still really happy about this prospect as well, just because all these teams horribly clumped together, right? This is going to be a team meatball, essentially, at the end of the day. There's going to be a lot of teams just squeezed into a packed area like a Weetabix, John. It's not good. It's not good at all. I think these teams are going to really suffer going forward. SBG, as well as Shockwave, currently just having the time of their lives, you know, listening to some real peaceful music up towards the northern edge. Really haven't had to do anything, you know. Shockwave also just has a strong chance at this game, purely off the back of not having to fight anyone.
And like the Weetabix, it will separate the grain from the chaff here as the teams try and leave this compression. The first to move, Major Pride. They are right at the back, and so most likely the team that had to move first here, and they swing out, manage to just spurt out the side there. Swing through in a potentially unguarded route of attack into this next circle. They will have to deal with MADBULLS on their east, though, and that is dangerous to say the least. Further on, you've got the VULGAR boys as well to contend with. Nexus now have a threat in the foothills to boot.
Yeah, they've let quite a few teams just get up into position. It's somewhat interesting to me. So Nexus now has to deal with MADBULLS, are currently on their outer edge, but they're certainly taking casualties as we go through. Tulika already down. KONINA Power will find Dagestan. There's players looking over towards Major Pride. There's Kapahala starting to pop off a little bit. They are really, you know, the single little hay in the wind at the moment, just holding back the hurricane. It is crazy for Nexus. I think that respect has to be given. They're holding it down right now.
They're pulling out that scythe. They're harvesting. They're tying up those bundles. They're trying to make use of that shining sun of the position that they had. But when will this eclipse come, as these onslaught of players seems to never cease from the south? Doran, the first weakness, a gap in the wall, potentially for Nexus.
Yeah, you know what? You guys are cowards. You know, predicting Shockwave and VULGAR boys all not in the fight. I'm predicting Nexus. I love this play from them. Great start to their game. Currently at 4 eliminations. They're trying to take this even further. They get the res off to take down Milky Way. It's going well for the boys from Nexus, and they're going to get a wealth of loot off the back of this one if they can finish it off. Redox, though, gets blasted. Probably should be going down here.
That's unfortunate. On the back of the vehicle, Major Pride moved up. They moved first, right from the back of this chock-a-block situation, Blank, and they have made the most of it. This is great from Major Pride to be able to execute something like this. Dagestan on the southeast not able to make their way through. The MADBULLS falling in the face of the VULGAR boys as well. A major threat will be taken down, and now this south side is starting to move towards a conclusion. The VULGAR boys on that southeast side, Kale predicted them here. He likes them on this southeast side. He's going to control this road edge with the potential to move onto that north and contend with SHOCKWAVE.
Yeah, I mean, VULGAR boys is definitely a prediction that I was thinking about going for. I didn't pick it because Kale picked it, and I don't want to be a copycat. But yeah, I think it's interesting they're still going for this, though. Over towards Naomi, finding the first initial knock. I mean, this is confidence overflowing from the guys on Nexus. There's only a few nades left remaining in the pocket of Major Pride, but I don't know if this was necessary to keep pushing up like this so far.
KONINA Power still have 2, and they're a little bit further down the hill here. NEXUS, they've lost Redox now. Off Hayes, takes a lot of damage, will get knocked. Agori trying to find an answer, but the flush comes through. EXO, low HP, and NEXUS are going to try and remove the Thorn from their side to take down NEXUS at the top. It's going to be a tall order. KONINA Power trying to stay alive, but they will not be able to do it. NEXUS with 3, maintain this hilltop. Now KASIK have moved in on their north side.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think they could have left Major Pride alone, maybe left KONINA Power alone. Great nade from Trovka, just purely because, you know, Kapahala already had silos. Now Doran has to do some big moves.
He's made the first, now he looks for a second. Ingush brought low enough for the DBS to chew him up. Will it be able to spit him out? Finds the first! Doran takes down KASIK in a blinder of a drop down. 2 players for him to get back up. They are not in the circle. The VULGAR boys have moved in, and Doran has more to do.
Doran, what a gamer, what a player. The Grenadier himself, now down to just 2 players. VULGAR boys take their opportunity, swing down towards his south side. It's smart, it's good play. And I mean, VULGAR boys should technically win this one out now. It's going to be very difficult for the other lads to leave. SPG head towards the center. Again, there was that idea that they could just have headed up towards silos. Kapahala had it locked down. But in terms of not a chicken dinner, I don't really mind. They're not going to get the chicken dinner off this map, but I think they prioritize getting a huge amount of eliminations on this map. Up towards 14 already. Wow. Fair play to him. Fair play to him, John.
The last ride of the Light Brigade here. EXO, actually
alive.
Survived that? Doran into cover? Okay, I like it. It's worked out for Castle.
That is what? Sorry. Yeah, that's a masterpiece of a play there coming through. EXO will go down to Athis. Fair play. The guy was so low anyway, and now it's all down to Doran once again. Realizes that's probably not the best position in the world to be in. Player coming behind with the DBS, hits a nasty shot, tries to pull out one of his own, but he does get a knock on his way out. So, you know, hats off to the guys on Nexus. What a wonderful play. I feel like Athis has more screen time than I do. What's going on?
At this point, I think you might be right there. Gonna be popping in and popping out every single time. 16 points on the match for Nexus. You're right, it's not that chicken dinner, but hats off to him. What a performance to hold out Los Leones entirely. Now, SHOCKWAVE on the north, looking to move down. VULGAR boys on that south. The major factors here. The Gladiators with 3, Southwest Edge and SBG. 3 players for themselves as well, a little bit close to the center on the north side of the road.
3 players still alive for SHOCKWAVE. They do take a knock, but should be easily pushed back up again. SPG, again, have the time of their lives from that early game over on the Western Edge. They've just slowly moved in. They've not had to do much fighting whatsoever. They're currently down towards the ditch. Guys for Gladiators, they're still going strong. I think we're not really talked about them too much this game. On the Western side, they do have to move in, though. Looking to probably clear out the guys down towards the south in Athis. And then maybe move across. But again, there's really not many angles of approach here for Gladiators.
It is pretty barren for them. They have those concretes that they're sat in right now. I'll have to figure out how to get rid of SPG potentially. That might be the play. Just crash straight on him, but with the third-party potential, it is dangerous to say the least. Athis looking out over towards VULGAR. Moving out in the open, but has that little defilade in front of him to give him some sort of cover. No one's looking at him from the south. Finally, he's spotted. I think that's Gladiators. Looking for the shot. SHOCKWAVE might even be able to spot it if they're lucky. They're looking out that way. And they are going to have to move south now. 2 eliminations for Shockwave. They've been isolated on this north side. Gladiators making their move now across the road right towards SPG. Kind of the only option they had here. Meku has swung out wide. Will have the off angle, and SPG are cowering. In the meantime, Shockwave have managed to move in, to move further south, move up to this roadside and give themselves a nice spot. Kitsune from the roadside, and there is just too many angles for SPG to deal with. They are getting swept aside. A little bit of HP keeps them in for the time being, but Kitsune is closer and closer by the second. It's all down to SnowX. Meku will go down on the back as well as Aza steps up for the challenge. Kitsune finally gets that final shot and will be the last to stand. No, hang on a minute. He has Matic at his back for the Gladiators duo.
Gorgeous finish there from Gladiators. A really difficult push. They knew how to take it at some point. They send in, they get a good amount of damage done. Aza sends out towards that northern edge to try and take a little off angle over towards VULGAR Boys. It works out fantastically well. This guy has always been a serious aimer on the squad. Now VULGAR Boys struggling just a little bit, but up into a top 3 from a pretty smart decision they made to hang out towards that eastern side of the map. Gladiators just looking to restabilize here. They currently still have a very good position to play in. Teams will have to move over towards them, and right now both teams are suffering pretty heavily.
Foops, man, what a force on this roster. Really leading the charge for their Renaissance. Unfortunately, he's spotted, and that's Matic. What are you going to do? There is a big and large potential here for the Gladiators to take this one back. You said they had a good position to play from. They've been quiet for a while, but here they are.
Kitsune. 4 nades actually, so quite a bit still left in the pocket for Gladiators in terms of utility. So they've just been saving it up for this end game, staying relatively safe. They knew that they didn't have to do too much. Playing from that western side, have the bead over towards Aza. What a shot from Matic.
Wow.
Stinging like a little bit of static.
Gonna fuzz him up. Pretty good there. Make it a little bit harder to move forward. Shockwave out 3rd place. VULGAR with 4 to go. 10 eliminations on this team. You love to see it. This is good news for the Gladiators' bid towards the top of the tables as well, because Major Pride only got 5. The MADBULLS did even worse with 0. Really, really good. Dagestan were down with 1. 5 eliminations already on the cards for them. If they're able to take this one down, that's 9 total. A 19-point bump would be pretty healthy. But similarly, for the VULGAR Boys, they are looking for that little bit more. 75 points at the start of this match, Blank.
It's pretty good. VULGAR Boys want to get a bit further up. We talked about the point sponge at the top as well, John, so far. So for VULGAR Boys, this could be a really good game for them. They started off the day fairly decently placing after some really strong performances at the beginning of Phase 3, but a 3v4 here for Gladiators. 1 nade in hand for Meku, realizes has to be a good one. Spots Pailao, sidesteps that one.
Launches it almost perfectly on the money. Is it going to be a little bit long? Doesn't quite connect there. Meku takes some damage as well, and that is really bad news, especially when you're a player down. That looks like it's good onto Matic. Just burst short, unfortunately. The Molotov to the back lines, only 1 nade left in hand. In this close range position to keep me moving up for a 2nd position as well. And now with these 2 nades, you've got to imagine that the Gladiators are curtains here. Another over the top with Kitsune going down. Meku 2nd to fall. Matic with it all to do. Palaus pushes in, finds the back shot, will be able to take it down for the VULGAR Boys. A 20-point match for them. A brilliant chicken dinner to be able to find. They played from that east edge. They had oversight on all of the exit from Los Leones, and they played it perfectly. They moved up when they needed to, and they had control the whole time.
It's the truth, Oopsinen back in correction. Really good stuff there from VULGAR Boys. I think the main thing for me was how defensible they were on that ridge side. I mean, they dropped a lot of players a fair few amount of times. In fact, they were able to get them back up on their feet quite frequently as well. It's really important. That's a really important thing to consider there. So for Gladiators, you get towards that side of the map, you need to sort of push out quicker. And I think that the fact that fight took so long between Shockwave and VULGAR Boys, they never really had a chance to like kind of take one of the positions off the other teams. They did a good job taking down the rest of Shockwave though, and I think they'll be happy with the 2nd place on a pretty volatile circle like that.
Yeah, really great to be able to get that mark in the sand laid down. But it is the VULGAR Boys, the Renaissance team, who has looked to take this one home. They will do so, and in quite dominant fashion.
They are the Vulgar boys. Da, da, da. Yes, they got themselves a victory here. We were talking about at the beginning of the day how it looks like they've been able to step up to the plate here in Phase 3, Max. And there it is again, another Vulgar boys victory. Wah!
Yeah, and they got the fight against Gladiators too. Like, that's really a testament to how they've been able to improve. You go back in the days, Phase 1, Phase 2, I don't think they wouldn't be confident to take a fight like this against Gladiators, but they just go, send all their utility, Kalaris, they bomb that entire position, and they get themselves 13 eliminations on top of the 10 placement points of that chicken dinner. So looking great. And I feel like we talked about a lot of the players, Tresley, Dakimi, we talked about also Foopsman. Pylads is the player that really popped off this game. He had 5 elims before that final fight. So good to see the entire team having their moments of glory, Kalaris.
Yeah, they really wanted to control high ground situations in this one. I did think there was maybe a world where they could have, from their east side position, maybe gone north, tried to control some of those ridge lines up where Shockwave was. However, they said, no, okay, let's take this high ground position. Let's make sure that we're able to control this from then on. And eventually it was able to eliminate the majority of threats in the rest of the circle here. As we take a look at our 9th through 16th, not much coming in for these guys, unfortunately. MADBULLS 0, oof.
2 games in a row, that's a bit rough.
I'm happy to see the fight back from some of these teams down in the middle of the tables, right? VIRTUS.PRO starts off with a win. Vulgar boys here with a win as well, Max. It's a great time to watch the rest of the region level up. We see Pylads as well as Dorin from Nexus. I mean, as much as Blank was popping off for Dorin, Dorin was popping off for Dorin.
I think we've been waiting for Dorin to pop off this entire season ever since the championship in spring, right? Yeah. And he's been silent in the PMRC back in Riyadh, and he was also a little bit silent at the start of the season. But it's good to see he has this big pop-off performance. He can still bring the heat in his matches. So I'm really stoked about that, because fair to say for Nexus in that Southern Edge, we had 2 or 3 circles going north every single step of the way away from Los Leones that, as Blank said, was very Los Leones-y in this match.
It was.
They were able to just eliminate 14 teams as they were trying to transition away of the northern madness of Los Leones. So it was a good position. A little bit too split to my taste, so they made themselves very vulnerable, which is why you don't see them go any further. But almost 3k damage, that was a strong show up for them on the second half of the phase.
Yeah, being able to take those fights in what was an absolute gauntlet of all these teams kind of crunching down on one another was very impressive. Some great crisis management here by Nexus. So yeah, it was very Los Leones-y until it wasn't Los Leones-y, as obviously we shifted north out of the city, which does create a bit of a problem. Let's take a look at the highlights here, and we can talk about that, because for the most part these teams, they all commit to Los Leones, but if it's not finishing in there, getting out of Los Leones is absolutely terrible.
And that is why you actually see Gladiators make it to where they were. Like, they were north, and they were playing one of those little hilltops that are just north on the exit of Los Leones, which is really good to take shots at teams that are trying to exit the city and just get a good scope of how the late game might be playing out. And actually, they got pushed by PERMITTA and they fully left their position. So I do like what Gladiators were doing this game, because even you, Kalaris, said, I think, when we were talking, that it is impressive they got to the point that they were in that game, because they had to transition so many times to get into that position. Though, as we move forward, so many fights happening north of Los Leones, because 3 hard shifts north in a row, everyone's going to be forced in such a small amount of space that a huge fight is going to break out, which is what you're seeing right now. That was the big unfolding where Nexus were able to capitalize on the madness.
Yeah, what you were saying about Gladiators, if I could just come back to that for a second, is that, I mean, for the most part, they were in that compound for quite a while, so that's quite favorable for them. But the fact that they're able to transition across the road against SBG, for me, was kind of the big deal breaker for, unfortunately, the French team. Sorry, Max.
No!
I mean, but Gladiators is excellent. We know them as some of the pièces de résistance when it comes to, you know, their execution across that. Was that good, Max? Was that good? Was that okay?
Very good. Pronunciation, 10 out of 10. Duolingo would be happy. Yeah.
Brilliant. The green bird, scary. But yeah, why are we bringing up Duolingo all day? But yes, so Gladiators here, I mean, they really weren't able to do much against what Vulgar Boys had set up wise, right? They were in a bit of a crater. You're always going to get naded out of that scenario, but great on Gladiators for getting second place, considering I thought they were going to get crunched down on throughout this game.
I was really hoping, Kalaris, there was going to be a double podium for the French squads of SBG and Shockwave, but the moment I said that is when they literally started dying, so I'm just not going to mention it anymore. It's just how it goes, it seems. But yeah, Gladiators, really good transition, as you said, across the road. I was waiting to see what was going to be happening for MADBULLS, because from their position they drop in Puerto Paraiso, so it's very easy transition point for a circle like this. And they got, again, cut off in their very big split, and I feel like they got punished twice in a row already, which is a bit unfortunate how things are running out for them. So just a little bit careful on those splits. They lose players a bit quickly. Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overalls then and see that MADBULLS has not moved. But there is a small catch-up. Not much, just a little bit. Here with 108 points from Gladiators up in second place. VULGAR boys, fourth place. It's continuing, Max. Are they going to get podium by the end of this phase?
I would love to see that happening. The VULGAR boys hopping up into top 3. I mean, I'm happy with Dagestan, but right now, I would like to see VULGAR boys over there can be in top 3. I think that would be a really fun storyline. And look, all the teams that we mentioned improved. They're all there. Dagestan, VULGAR boys, VIRTUS.PRO, TUNA Esports. This is the phase of redemption. La rédemption est en marche right now in this one.
Okay.
I don't sound like that.
You do.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We've got 9 through 16th as well here. For teams that are falling a little bit, by the way, say Titan Gaming in 10th place, Max. Oof, it's got to sting.
It's a bit rough. I mean, there's a lot of points being taken by the teams at the top of the ranking, so you know, it's fine. I'm not going to hold it against them too much. It's okay. Though I'm going to hold it against MUERTE. I'm still waiting to see what the hell is going on. Of course, I believe they were not playing one of the matches at the start of the day, which is cool, but they're going to play the remnant matches, so we still need to see that big step up. And SHOCKWAVE do not want to be where they currently are because relegation, I said, could be a bit scary. You don't know how it's going to go for 2024, so get as far from the bottom as you possibly can.
All right, check out the survey. You guys at home, you can check in with Swerveway here for PMPL Fall EU, and you can check out exactly what's going on. You can tell us what you think about the tournament as a whole. But for now, let's head over to the jungle. It's Sanhok time with John Allen and Blank.
Oh, we certainly do have the jungle on the cards. Blank's favourite time of day. We are, don't know if jungle counts as a time of day, but does here in the PMPL. So we are going to be jumping on into Sanhok.
We are indeed. I love Sanhok so much. Favorite map by far. I know the guys on desk don't like it so much, but it's so much fun. I love it. It's so good. So good. I feel like I'm leaning further towards Erangel now recently. You know, my preferences, my tastes have been changing just a little bit.
Would you say matured or just changing?
Changing. Of course, I'm already old and mature and responsible.
You're at least one of those things.
Old?
I'll let you choose. You can have more as well. I said at least. You know, it's just I'm just putting a lower bound on it.
I'm matured. Gladiators. 108 points. MADBULLS not playing. Max, man, you know, he's got it on lock with the group. Start of the day, said the MADBULLS wouldn't be playing the Sanhok. He was right. You know, he's always right. When is he not right? That's the real question. But they will be playing this map, which means another opportunity for Gladiators to get some big points. Surprisingly, you know, looking at those statistics at the start of the day, Gladiators' Sanhok performance actually fairly good, surprisingly. I expected them to have a bit of a worse performance here on Sanhok, considering there's been a few games where I feel like they could have taken a cheeky win off the back of it. They weren't able to do it. But overall, a good performance here on Sanhok. So another chance for them to catch up a tiny, weeny little bit, as Kale was saying.
Unicorns are going to shunt Tixi out of his Regulus position and force him over to cross paths with his teammates on the loot routes. And will be fairly safe for the time being. But Unicorns of Love take control of that trifecta, of that river crossing confluence compounds there. And we'll have first stab at them. PERMITTA losing a player over towards Kampong, towards the VULGAR boys, as the circle heads out northeast. So no footsie with the Western Islands there, Blank. It is definitely a mainland finish.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for these guys over towards the northwest side, down towards southwest, we'll have to get a move on a little bit. I don't mind. I don't really like our south shifts on these circles because they cause a lot of mass panic in these teams, apparently, where they're all trying to send into the same area. Doesn't go well, John. Does not go well at all. For Gladiators, I think they've been taking a bit more of a different approach recently, just sending a lot of players over towards Camp Alpha side on that western edge. I think there's been a fair few times where Tixi has lost his life, Kastune's lost his life. Just been playing over towards that eastern side a little bit too many times. You know what you can do a few too many times? Or at least not too many times at all, is check out our social media. Check it out all the time over at Esports, PUBGM EU, over on Instagram, as well as YouTube, as well as all the other spaces in the world. You can go check them out there. 100%. Very good, fun. Maxman puts up many fun memes to increase your mood. to its maximum.
Do you know what? I think I should take a look at that. That'd be good.
If you
have
need
a
to increase
maximum
your
mood
mood
at all times.
If you need to increase your mood,
Yeah.
Maxman Socials.
I always increase mood with Maxman Socials.
Yeah. It's 100% guaranteed. If not, your money back.
Oh.
No, your money back.
We have two very different policies on that.
Yeah, we do. We really do. But you don't spend any money, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But the guarantee is there.
That's true. It's all free, so you won't get your money back because you didn't spend any in the first place. Isn't that gracious of us, providing such excellent free content? Anyway, let's jump back into Sanhok because we've got a couple of shifts moving. Dark Project spiking out as we get a replay. I mean, to be fair, Athis was involved in First Blood.
I know. I mean, if I can't be the guy that gets First Blood, I will be the First Blood.
He was just trying to get his splash card up again, you know?
Yeah.
He just wanted it to come on through. He wanted to pick someone off, go down in the process, but he wasn't able to get that first part of the plan to execute properly. It happens. It happens.
I want to see another combat knife kill as well. That was extremely enjoyable to watch last time. We got that one out there. Very good fun. But not much happening here on Sanhok at the start. Usually we do have a bit more of an explosive performance here on Sanhok. A lot of teams taking shots at one another. We have lost 2 players off the bat there in PMPL Esports, but it's not explosive enough for my liking. This is more like a little bit of, fireworks. I want to see some dynamite in these games. Titans will be leaving outside of Pioneer on the southwest. KASIK team not in the game, so they actually get to play Sanhok for once.
Very cool. You like to see it. Not love, not just yet. Titan on that side of the circle playing on the south. They might run into a little bit of dynamite near the quarry. We'll have to wait and see. VIRTUS.PRO careen themselves through, but lose back in the process. And look like they want to actually regroup and pick him back up here. Elementrix the first to turn around. They've dropped a player out for the off angle, but Narvalo wants to put some suppression down. Yeah, Elementrix just has to get into the building and might not have been able to do so in time. Does get knocked. Narvalo really heads up push here for SBG. Needs to be careful now for third parties coming through from Major Pride and KONINA Power, but it looks like Dark Project are going to slow that one down.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams in this area already. This is looking a little bit more dynamite, John. It's looking a little bit more dynamite. The fuse is all fizzing down right now with KONINA Power down towards the south side. Team that typically does quite well on Sanhok. And typically, I mean that by last season. This time around, it's just not us all finding their groove. They're not finding the little motion, the rhythm into these matches. It's not enjoyable to watch, and it feels bad. I liked KONINA Power as a team. It just feels like we're not seeing those same high points as we did in the past.
No, they're currently sat in the overalls at 10th place, blank. That's the summation of all 3 phases points. So very much a middle pack team right now. And we'll need a little bit more from them, especially if they want to move over towards EU champs as well and try and find those heights that they were once riding so strong at.
VULGAR boys, the one and only. The Foops man, as well as Ko, all zigzagging in a line. Getting up on this western coast. Look at this. So good to see. Really nice game for them last time as well. Getting their chicken dinner versus Gladiators. Not an easy team to take it off of, even when they're playing as 3. So, VULGAR boys certainly have increased performance by at least 110%. It's good. It's really, really good. I like to see a team like this, get into this one. It feels bad because maybe they feel a bit down on their look towards phase 1. They're getting absolutely destroyed, mashed in that phase 1, but they keep going. They keep practicing, get to phase 2, feel a little bit better, feel a little bit more comfortable, study the teams, do their homework. That's certainly something that we saw a fair few times in phase 1 where they were definitely doing their homework just off the basis of their rotations, of their drop spots. Phase 3, it all comes together. It's tied in a nice, pretty little bow. They're ready to show what they've got to the world, and they're already doing really good. So for a new team, relatively, I'm super happy. We've also got a star in the making in the Foops, man. The Foops inning.
I love it. I love it. I mean, they had 2 chicken dinners in phase 1, 135 points. They had 1 chicken dinner in phase 2, 131 points. So very consistent over those 2 phases. And now they've managed to build that foundation. And that's what you love to see in PMPL. That's what it's all about here in the European scene. Getting that experience on board creating those new stars. You're right. I can't wait to follow the rest of this Foops man's career. He's got a bright future ahead of him, as does the rest of the team, hopefully sticking together.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of them might kind of rally behind the Foops man himself. So I think it would be difficult if they did split off. There's still a lot to be learned. The wise grand old master of the Foops man. Some of these other players on the team like Tresley, Pylaus, was a little bit too aggressive at times. Circle moves heavy towards the season side. Titans in a fairly decent spot, actually. Surprising. I want to see Titans have a good game here. We know they can play Sanhok, they just choose not to. The Devils trying to take down KASIK team many, many times. Major Prize dead. Wow. That was instantaneous.
That was to PERMITTA, was it? It was. And PERMITTA were down on 2. That was a 2v4.
Okay. Well, Major Prize not having a good day. Major Prize not having a good week in general.
Hang on a minute. I'm not entirely sure how it all went down, but yeah, that's certainly not great.
Now, they got 3 of them, so at least 3 of them were removed by Mr. PERMITTA. So overall, really good job. And I think that for Gladiators, now that Major Prize out, MADBULLS not playing, another good opportunity for them to put up some big points and try and close that gap. As distant as it may be, the little speck off in the horizon that is the MADBULLS, just running happily towards PMGC, there's still a chance, you know. Gladiators could still hit their nitro.
There is always that option. They have got the button. We've seen it from them before. I mean, they're quite a way behind, as you say. Currently in the overall rankings as well, in the general rankings, they are 90 points behind. They have closed that gap pretty significantly today so far. I think they managed to put 20-point dent into it. Actually, a little bit more than that, 23 points of a dent into that difference over the 2 matches we've had so far. Now their chance to do a little bit more damage.
Look at some of these other teams in the lobby at the moment, you know, because we don't have some of the big names anymore really running with us. MADBULLS, Major Pride out. Titans, they're kind of a wild card for me, in my opinion. You know, you pull them out of the deck and you're like, well, this is either going to win me the game or it's going to lose me the game. That's how it tends to be. So for Titans, I'm excited to see how they do try and play out this game, considering they've been given a lot of space early on. They have a nice bit of high ground to work with, looking up towards that northern side. Circle could easily head down towards the south as well, and they play off the back of that. But again, yeah, most teams just fairly quiet, comfortable in their positions, staying in their lanes. Barn currently held out by No Mercy Warriors, so that big dip in the map over there will be quite a central focal point for quite a few of these teams.
Trying to move around this barn area. Very, very tricky. Those deep valleys that sit there. Difficult terrain to navigate. Especially if you've already lost a player or 2 or more. The next circle just about to shrink. MUERTE in the drink. Look at us swim around. They'll be able to do so for a little bit longer as we cut out a lot of barn. Those compounds near Camp Bravo, high svalue. Dark Project right now sat on that roadside. Pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, this is going to chill. The MUERTE botation. Thank you, Maxman. Resident analyst on the desk of analysts. Spotting that one out. Trying to head their way down towards Lakawi. Alpha, pretty wise to it though. Will be holding there, waiting to receive. And we shift further towards our eastern side, John. Dark Project. Maybe a game for them to finally get someone on board. But the VULGAR boys, they're in full pursuit. More chicken dinners. Hunting them down, chasing them down.
Shots coming through from Zashipa. Pulls Noshi out very, very quickly. Nice and efficient there. Even gets the flush before he has to duck down in our watchtower. Really good stuff. Pulls TUNA down to 3, so a major threat on their south side diminished. Looks like TUNA are going to regroup and potentially rethink going in on this direction as well. SHOCKWAVE, in the meantime, clashing with NEXUS. AZA, Terminus both down. NEXUS, 3 players alive, losing Redox, but everybody else very, very healthy. In solid position, they can get themselves back into the mix. Doran moves forwards though, wants to change that. We saw he was able to pop off with that DBS this time, but denied that opportunity for the second round. SHOCKWAVE, telling him to quit messing. He will do so. Doesn't have a choice about it.
Yeah, a bit too many angles there for Doran to deal with. You know, you get pincered on either side. I think he's kind of done his job, though, in the sense of, like, keeping both these players sat back in the blue. Will make it a little bit easier for Kapahala as well as Redox to find these shots. Exo, sorry. As GG not GG tries to come out on the side. Lives should be taken down, though. I think it's unlikely they'll get Doran back up. If they do, it'll be a borderline miracle.
I mean, they've managed to get a lot of Shockwave out here. I mean, Scars is out in the blue. If Doran can crawl, potential still early enough that it's potentially possible here, but he's super low now, and the blue zone is upon him. He's ticking away, he's bleeding out, and you're right, it is just going to be too much, I think. Terminus down close by. Will fall, and Exo gets lit up. Where's that from? That might be from Unicorns, I think, chiming in from Camp Bravo itself. They turn their attention up towards Nexus, and it looked like they've been able to weather that storm, but it is not to be. The Gladiators have gone into a very, very bloody fight on the southwest side in the meantime, with KONINA Power, who are coming out on top of the engagement. The Gladiators down to 2 now. We've seen what they can do with this before, though, and Tixie and Matic, 2 fearsome players. Titan with the oversight onto KONINA Power's high ground as well, but Tixie's fallen and Matic is split.
Yeah, I think Matic's just going to have to go for the old solo dolo play. Just seen him do quite a few times in the past, get some decent success off the back of it. Titans have to move up from that south side. Next circle shifts. And we're very much towards the central elite arena around the side of Lakawi. We've got to remember, Barn is in this one. Doesn't really look like on your map, but that is pretty big amount of low ground. So a couple of valleys in this area, not easy to play in. Really going to start isolating both east and west side of this map.
Very split on this one. The road right in the middle doesn't help things either. You can see that high ground, that down look towards the coastal positions. Really dominant on the oversight Alpha team. Split right now, Zashipa and Reflect actually over towards Lakawi. Very split from one another. They're just going to try and play the double solo dolo. Over for the south side. MUERTE playing on with 3 and knock over to one of their players as well. Likely to be able to pick that one back up. They went for a 2-2 split with MUERTE going for that swim on the east side. They sent 2 players up north near the Vulgar boys who have managed to pick it up. All 4 of their players still alive, playing on that coastal side.
CJ down. You know, Dark Project's not having a bad game here. I think they've just pretty much had the strong compound they've been holding for a long time, though. If there's one team that I would like to see do really well in this game, it would be SBG. You know, the French squad. Maxman loves the French squads, man. I don't know why. I think it's because he's French.
Think of any oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh, that's
maybe.
a good reason.
Yeah, possibly. But again, I think SBG's been playing better and better as time has gone on. This could be their game to pop off. Gone for a bit of a new prediction from myself this time around.
Okay, all right. We'll see what you've gone for in due course. Titan losing 2 of their players, though. This is rough from this south side. It's MUERTE, it's Matic, it's PERMITTA as well. The remnants of teams making up one of their own, really, to hold Titan here. But if they can get these reses, they could just put themselves back on that treadmill, try and get a little bit further north. It looks like actually MUERTE want to swing around and stop that from happening, though. The shots continue to come on through. That's a nice reposition from MUERTE to give themselves a little bit more pressure. But everybody has to move north now. So that fight gonna have to conclude. A Titan sending into Lakawi. They are. Milky Way is close by. He's just gonna light him up. There's no way you go for that. Rob's crashed in and it took himself down there to the crash on the wall. Old Boy will be able to find Milky Way, but Robs is already out of it. Malloy in the corner is suppressed now by Old Boy's spray down, but that is disaster coming through for Titan. Milky Way can crawl back. This medkit is there to bring him back to that full HP mark, and the res can come through. Can Titan stay alive?
Havlik down, not ideal. MUERTE, I think, just get about flushed away now, but more shots as Old Boy has to fly through the air down towards Havlik like a guardian angel, spreading the wings and get going. KONINA Power over towards our western side. Me and Kale predict the KONINA Power squad. They betrayed us in the past, but this time, KONINA Power will be getting a chicken dinner. We believe in them.
You believe it so much that you've written KONINA power.
Yeah.
In your prediction.
Yeah.
That's bold.
I was hyped.
Like it.
I was hyped.
I believe in it. I've gone for SBG here. I thought they were in a kind of a similar position on the
You
west.
need to change your prediction.
I can't. It's already been shown. It's already gone up.
Production. Change all the predictions.
No, Max has Titan. Max has Titan.
It's KONINA power all the way from now on. We believe.
Okay, all right. In spirit, my prediction is KONINA power, but in reality, it's also KONINA power. That's right, on the southwest side. They are going to push on.
Exactly. You will predict KONINA power.
Oh dear. Well, they have got a pretty solid position on this hillside. You can see their oversight over towards teams like PERMITTA, like Titan, like VULGAR boys even further onwards. Should have an angle or two there. They've got that chance to move on in.
Certainly do. Again, KONINA power, just such a fantastic team here on Sanhok. Cannot be beaten by any of these other squads. And they just are brazen in their peaks and their plays. Currently, look at this. Even the circle wants them to win. Move towards that northwest side. Now they can creep their way in, take down some of the No Mercy Warrior players, play around this rocky terrain. Ooh, it's all coming up Millhouse here at KONINA power.
You've got Jackie levels of confidence in this roster. I like it.
It's easy for me, you know? KONINA power never once betrayed me in the past. This is their time.
I don't think they
shine.
have. We're on board. We're here for the journey. Titan looking for their crash over towards PERMITTA. Less of a crash, more of an amble up here as the nade finds one of them. The spread here from the fire is going to be pretty brutal. Isolated into the corner and kind of traps it into a 1 versus 3, but Rogo's good for the first. They want to try and find more here as his teammate has gone down. 2 players for him to deal with. The last to stand, Havlik, half HP. Nade out and short as it tries to stop Havlik pushing in, but won't be able to find it. It was just a little bit too slow, but the spray is good for 1 and 2. Rogo gets them all, and Titan are dismounted. Zeus is able to conquer all, and the Titans will fall.
This is the 1vx squad right now, is the old PERMITTA boys. Really well done. Hit some big shots against some big names in the lobby. Becca very low now as Rogo continues to harass the teams, and Becca will have to send some nades down over towards VULGAR boys, but no, it's the Foops man. He's coming in with some big nades. KONINA power, can they hold off? Can they withstand? No! Becca goes down.
Oh dear, KONINA power. They've lost their forward point here as VULGAR boys are pushed in, but PERMITTA will stab them in the back with their final breath and find the frag onto VULGAR, leaving them on 3. So KONINA power with a chance to regroup here. Agori moves up, so has Palucci. But Becca will not be long for this one. Foopsman himself is close to try and seal the deal. Agori will be spotted out as well. Shut down second, and now 2 players for KONINA power. Still possible, Blank. They're still in it.
Oh, KONINA power. How could this happen? It was all the stars were pointing at a KONINA power win. How could I be wrong for the 5th time? It doesn't make any sense.
You're not wrong yet, but that nade might make you wrong. Oh, it's a little bit long there. They did move forwards in the meantime. Foopsman is going to get backed up. Nades to answer. Molotovs to suppress the rock. Foopsman goes high. Palucci will not be able to handle it, but his teammate will. Stepping forwards. Dark Project have to sideswipe it. It's off Hayes now. Last to stand for KONINA power for their ride to victory. It's not looking healthy, Blank. It's not looking good, and it will be the final blow dealt by SBG.
Well, KONINA power, they've just stabbed me in the back too many times at this point. I'm never predicting them ever again. Yeah, it's just simple as that, basically. VULGAR boys, on the other hand, what a great team! This is the team that's going to conquer all. Tresley and Pylaus, they have got it in the bag. Dark Project looking for their first initial chicken dinner, but look at this spray down. Tresley is unstoppable.
This is a clean sweep of bad predictions from, I say bad, of incorrect predictions, let's put it that way, from all of us. Blank. None of us have managed to put our finger on the money here. 3 teams remain, none of them on the list. 1 player left standing for VULGAR boys, but Dark Project were able to just hold this one down, playing on these walls. Nobody pushed into them, nobody could. Vulgar Boys 11 eliminations, though, doing them a service here. Tresley will have to stop this player breaking out wide. Goes for the DBS swap instead, and will not be able to land the damage that he needs. In fact, doesn't land any at all. Dark Project, I don't think anyone probably would have predicted them given their form, but here we are. They move forwards, they're moving around the side, and it's just one player standing in their way. They burn him back behind the US, and they are going to swing around for the final shot. Klozix gets it, and it's Dark Project to take Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in that compound since about minute 5, so it was slightly fortunate that they were in that compound at the start of the game, that they dropped there. That was good of them, and they won the game off the back of that. So I think for Dark Project, that's probably going to be a little bit of confidence back on side. KONINA Power, though, anyway, Vulgar Boys really strong for them to get towards that end game. Overall, I'm pretty happy how they performed there. It was not easy pushing upside that hill. Actually taking the fight with KONINA Power as well was quite well done. That project just got the drop on them in the end. SPG, I think, could have gone a little bit further, but got into a bit of a tangle with Gladiators, which is never easy, especially versus Tixie.
Yeah, they kind of sequestered themselves into that little valley that we saw them get sprayed down by the Vulgar Boys in towards the end. Unfortunate, but even more unfortunate for KONINA, no power in that match. They just didn't have it going forwards. It was, in the end, Dark Project to hold strong.
It's their first win. The compound here for Dark Project gets them. What do we say, Max? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, Circle came their way. Good for them. Their first chicken dinner of the entire season. Good for Dark Project. To be honest, I think that we both kind of wanted to see more of Dark Project because they have some strong players on the team. Ivaneska in particular, I was like, oh, Ivaneska's on the team. Might be doing decent this season, but not much has happened until this very game where the Circle was kind of shifting to their compound while all the other teams were fighting around them. So it was kind of a gifted game, which happens sometimes, but it's how it goes.
Yeah, I did. When it came to predictions, when a circle like this happens and a team like Dark Project's able to get the victory, it becomes a little bit difficult to call that one. But there you go. Vulgar Boys, though, man, they are popping off. There was a World Max where we thought they were going to get the back-to-back.
Yeah, there was a clear chance. I said it's going to go east. You should have predicted the back-to-back Vulgar Boys, Kalash. You would have been a legend for predicting that if it would have happened. There was a chance, but their transition, especially across the road, Kalash, because their timing is so on point recently. They heard that fight happening between Titan and PERMITTA in the southern compound. They hear that like, okay, this is our time to strike. This is our one opportunity to cross the road and to get closer to KONINA Power. And they do that so quickly. I loved it. Of course, then the transition goes north and it's really tough, but I gotta say, something has definitely improved every step of the way. And I gotta say, it's the speed at which they react is so much faster than the first two phases. So yeah, the improvement has been so good. And I would be hyped to see how they can perform in the finals where you have a big point reset. It's not complete, but it would be good to see how they could rank up there.
It's interesting to watch because I do feel like it's a case of the phases 1 and 2, it felt like it's almost jitters, not necessarily like a skill increase, but just jitters, and now it feels like they've overcome it almost, right? So being able to take these fights, being able to get these wins on the board, it's really exciting to see a team progress like that against, again, you know, the likes of even Titan, for example, who was able to do quite a lot in the south side, but again, when the circles are shifting away from them, there's only so much you can do up on that on the east side of the map.
Yeah, they were trying to get a lot of space cleared from that position, taking shots pretty actively, which I do like. I know we say this a lot every season about teams that we like to see improve. Vulgar Boys, please do not change the roster entering next year. You guys clearly have something working and going your way, so you can just capitalize and build upon this, what I think is a really strong base, because you are able to go up some of the best teams in the region and start popping off. So yeah, and Pylaus, you said it during this game, Kalash, like, with how he's played so far, these last two matches back-to-back could be an MVP contender for the day. Which, along with Fuchs, man, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that would subvert what we've seen a lot throughout the tournament so far, which is just generally, oh, it's Zerich, oh, it's Icy, oh, it's these guys. But again, the contenders are really rising up here in the end. And that's why this kind of phase system is cool. It gives these teams opportunity to grow in really high octane matches compared to just a scrim. You know, like scrims are the scrims are useful, of course, don't get me wrong, but scrims are very different to proper live tournament setting when there is quite a lot on the line for these teams.
Yeah, scrims rarely are a one-to-one recreation of what's going to happen in the actual tournament. So you got to keep that in mind. Though one thing that I keep in mind, and it's going to be haunting me for days to come, is PERMITTA squad wiping Titan and Major Pride. Not sure what that was on about, and even got one elimination on a player of VULGAR Boys. They're not getting much done, but they just are a pain for all the teams that were making it into that compound. They 2v4 with Major Pride, I believe, so with stuff. So, I mean, maybe PERMITTA, they're going to start doing something, but yeah, Dark Product, you see at the end, full send down to No Mercy Warriors, which is now, No Mercy Warriors is the only team this season without a chicken dinner. Dark Product was one of the last one, but now No Mercy Warriors, we need to see a win.
Well, I mean, kudos where kudos is due. Good job here for Dark.PRO to be able to get the win off the back of having this compound position. It's important to try and at least push yourself up to top 12 for the living match at the end of the phase. But here we have our updated scores. VULGAR Boys in second place, Max.
Oh my god.
that was a big noise, yeah.
It was a fantastic noise, but MADBULLS, they were so safe. Like, they're having a bad day. They were so safe because they had that massive cushion. So we're not even going to look about it. But VULGAR Boys, in my eyes, they're first place, Kalash, okay? That's how good it has been so far in this second half of the phase. I'm loving how things have been going. And who knows, if they keep this kind of pacing, maybe overtake MADBULLS. That's a very big ask, but you never know. It could be happening at some point. And NEXUS, thanks to their eliminations they had earlier, though, I still got to bring this up, Kalash. What the hell is that elimination to placement point ratio? 81 eliminations, that's massive. That's one of the highest in this phase. And then 14 placement points. What?
I don't get it, man. If NEXUS can just like really shake themselves a little bit and get towards these more placement points, then they could be absolutely blasting. And we know that they're capable of doing it because we've seen it in previous iterations of this team. But 9th through 16th as well, as we take a look down. Again, that 12th place position will be that cutoff point to the living match at the end of the tournament, or the phase, I should say here. But actually, just to bring it back to MADBULLS for a second, it was phase 3 and phase... It was phase 3, where I'm trying to get this correct. I'm stuck. Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh.
It was the last couple of days in phase 1 when MADBULLS was doing so well. I've got it now. I'm back where I was supposed to be. I had a brain malfunction. Where MADBULLS fell off a little bit. And actually, like, we're back in this similar scenario at the end of phase 3 where they had a great start to the phase, but they've not done anything. Maybe they just feel comfortable. I don't know.
It's just some up and down sometimes. But the thing is, even when they do have a few bad games, you know they're going to pick it back up. So I'm not really scared too much for MADBULLS. They'll be fine. Yeah.
All right, well, it's time to break out of this loop, this time loop that I've put myself in, as we head over to the casters. John blank, John blank. Who's it going to be? Probably them.
The analyst desk is always that big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey goodness of analysis that we love to listen to. We are going to be heading into this next match. Blank, you excited for the TDMs?
Obviously, thank you, Mr. Production. I appreciate you, man. Tomasz has always got my back. You know, he lets me know which game we're playing, because I don't know what game we're playing half the time. We're on Shockwave versus SPG. We're going to be going straight into our final final.
Something like that. I'm pretty sure. Either way, it definitely is Shockwave SPG. We've seen a lot from these two teams. I think today we've seen SPG get pretty late into... You're looking sheepish. What have you done? You've done something. I don't know what it is.
It's fine. Just no idea where I am, apparently. But here we are over on Ruins. I have relocated. My internal TomTom is activated. And we are heading straight over towards Shockwave versus SPG.
Goodness me. Haven't thought about TomToms in years. Oh, well.
I am the navigator.
That's true. That's true. Navigating the start of this one pretty well. Shockwave 3-1 right now. At an early lead. Shotguns seem to be the order of the day. Grows are in hand for a couple, but the nades yet to ring out the start loadouts. Gonna pop that stone around the corner. Get himself closer. It's good news, but Ace is on the ball. He's ready for it. Does take a tickle from the sidelines, but lines up SnowX, looks for Narvalo as well, steps out into 2. That's not good news, but 4-3 is the scoreline.
That is correct. Super Big Gorillas coming around the corner, beating their chest, looking to find a little bit more. Getting Kaz off the back of that nade. Ooh, the chest beating. It's starting to sound like a bit of a war drum here as SBG gets into the mix, but it's Wagnazada with a nice little spray down over towards 2 there, 6-4 right now. Shockwave trying to bring it back from their initial lead of 4-1. Looks so good, not so more.
Oh, good times, but now it's 7-4 blank, and that is still, if my maths is right, a 3-point lead. Make that 4 with the 8th on the cards for Shockwave. They've got a full team wipe lead now, which is an excellent trade to have. Unfortunately, on Valo, we'll be able to put that first dent back into it, 8-5.
Wagnazada around the corner here, looking for a little bit more. Now Valo goes down. Victor trying to get it in there. Vicious Victor, can't hit any of his shots, but finally finds a couple. That's all you need a lot of times. Just a few bullets to the head will do the trick. Snowix attempts to get in there, but versus 3, can't headshot them all.
Just doesn't work like that. You need too many bullets. It just can't logistically work blank. Snowix with a big nade, potentially from the back lines, lands it perfectly and instantly gets the flush there. 12-10 now. Snowix wants more, but peeks the wrong side. And it will be GG, not GG, to put him back down to Humbletown. 14-10, 4-point lead.
Big old BG coming through here. The bad manners in full effect as Aza will find one, gets away with no HP, but gets sent straight down to the ground with a dirty little headshot from the Viscount himself.
Skeet shooting on the alleyway there. A big old shot on the flying player on A path there. Aza holds down the corner though, and now it's a 6-point lead across the board. So it is starting to extend now for Shockwave. This is good news. I think he's spotted Narvalo, but has a threat from the sidelines to worry about. Victor with the line-up, 1 and 2, 19-15 now.
Narvalo around the corner, bang, finds another, double, goes for another one. Oh, almost, so close. That was big there for SBG, certainly needed it. Pulled out my measuring tape, and that lead was starting to look a little bit big for my liking. Again.
Spray down though, just instantly rattles off 2. And they can't even find the retribution there. 22-17, 5 points difference. Narvalo up onto the rocks, looks for the high ground peak. I think they should have heard him now as Aza wants the challenge. Spots it with the shotgun, the Grozer in hand to try and handle multiple opponents, but won't be able to do so. Takes them both to half to give the rest of his team control of that middle high ground. But 24-19 keeps that 5-point difference. Whittled down to 4, but it is just immediately picked back up across the board with trades.
Oh, they're trying to get in there, but right now SBG hitting some nice little shots, getting some blast-offs. The M1014 hitting some big numbers, blasting with the shells across the board, looking like they're just sending turtles right at them. Big turtles at that, but it's not enough right now. SBG gets round the corner once again, making it so close right now. Almost 27 apiece, tying it up, but Narvalo pulls out the pistol, realizes he has to get away. Here's the pin pulled out from the grenade. Not a nice sound.
What a legendary resettlement of the scorelines there, and Victor caps it off. And they now eke into the lead. It's evened up once more, but Shockwave have a run for their money. We're almost at the halfway mark, and SBG continue to go back and forth on these trades. No lead found, but finally Shockwave re-establish it. 2 points now, back in the lead in a dramatic turn of events.
Victor, a couple of nice shots around the corner there, tries to open things up. Snowix, Einaus, trying to send some nades around the corner, does not get the damage done, whilst Victor, so Snowix trying to go over the flank, but 32-29, not looking too good here as we start to get towards that 5-point count. Things get really drastic, a little bit dire for my liking.
8 points remain, 2 full wipes. That's what you're looking for Shockwave. 31 points now as SBG starts to eat it up, but with 35 points on the cards, there is only 5 eliminations left. They just need to find these trades, make that down to 4. Where are SBG? What can they do? What can they find here? They open up for 1 and need to hold the line, but will not be able to do so. The trades are all that is needed, and it's going to be excellent news for GG, not GG. 2 points now between Shockwave and Victory on this TDM in their semi-quarter final that you were talking about earlier, Blank. A nade potentially being cooked to Narvalo. The first casualty turns the corner into Snowix, and a wide swing is able to beat them down. What a comeback there for SBG, but it was sent away by Shockwave. 40 to close it down. Great finish.
Horrible, horrible stuff there. That French on French action. just really taking it away. It felt like two brothers in arms. Had to go head to head against one another. But in the end, it was the French silverback himself in Wagnerzada that dragged that lead off into the jungle, took themselves to quarterfinals. They'll be heading through to the semis. Dagestan versus Shockwave. That's going to be a match to be watching.
Yeah, Titan versus KASIK as well in the other semi-final. So one of those 4 teams will be the TDM champion of this season. We'll have to wait and see, though, for that one to conclude, because right now, Blank, we're heading over to Erangel.
And back to our usual, regularly scheduled broadcast here over on Erangel's side. We've got MADBULLS back in again. VULGAR boys, what is going on? 114 points? Second place? They're leaping, bounds like bunnies over towards that top side of the leaderboard. It's good to see. I like it a lot. We've got the playing path coming from the west over towards the eastern side towards Yasnaya. Most teams will be able to get into position off the back of this one. Happy days here, John.
Yeah, nothing really too dramatic. Vehicles can be acquired to get to Sosnovka if you want to make your way down to Novo. Well, that's quite a late drop, so potential readjustment there. But for the rest of it, it's very, very kind. Always grab those vehicles early on. No Gladiators, no VULGAR boys this time around. SPG won't be joining us, neither will PERMITTA right now, Blank. So South George is going to be free as well, so potential to try and pick that spot up. No Mercy Warriors heading out that way by the looks of things. See if anyone else is going to join them.
Yeah, SPG, obviously, got to go take a game break, lick their wounds after getting absolutely whooped there by Shockwave. Unfortunate stuff. Not what we want to see, but they got far into the tournament quarterfinals. That is an achievement and a half in the TDM. Not easy to do indeed. I think one of the teams that I'm definitely looking at this game though, John, that has to be MADBULLS. Come on, man. Second place, third place, they're out. This is your playground, dudes. This is where you need to perform. I want to see a bit more points on the card because it feels like it's been 164 points for quite a while now, boys. It's not good enough. I need more than a 50-point lead. I need a 60-point lead. That's reasonable.
That's the only reasonable state for it to be in. You look at the totals that first place was in the previous phases. MADBULLS set the record in this season with 251 over the course of all of their 25 matches that they played. Major Pride 238, tied with Gladiators in phase 2. And then MADBULLS 164, so they've got a little bit of a way to go to jump up over that 200-point mark. If they can do it, then they're going to be the only team that has been able to get over 200 points every single phase.
Exactly. It'll be quite insane to look at overall. But again, those numbers got to get pumped, man. We're in the last little part before we head towards the finals now. It's the last chance to make that mark on history. Try and achieve the heights that they achieved back in the day. And they had Effect as well as Naomi on the team. But under a new squad, a new banner.
It did always feel to me like the team that they had was kind of starting to wane a little bit, and so I'm glad that they've gone for these shifts, but it has obviously worked out very well. Right now, today, it just has not been their day. They've had 2 of their matches, 2 of their 4 matches played. They've still got 2 more to put in the back pocket, so still the opportunity to show that, and that will be both the remaining matches so far. They only have to prep 2 maps a day, remember, as well, because they are playing with that middle map out, which means that it will be duplicates for them. So 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars today. And they'll be able to continue that trend on into the future, which is good news. It gives them a little bit more time to focus on each map, each gameplay day.
Yeah, I think at this point in phase 3, it shouldn't really be too much of an issue for these teams. Should really have every single map figured out by now. It is sort of nice not having to worry about it too much. It's more like a luxury. 1 second, I'm fighting a sneeze.
Oh,
just battling it. Yeah. Oh, I've won. I've succeeded.
Excellent. That sneeze didn't stand a chance, mate.
It really did. I battled him down mentally. Yeah, he stood no chance against my just tremendous amount of mental will.
There is no way it could defeat your style. It just couldn't.
No. Which is what a lot of these teams will have to have, is tremendous will coming into these final games to get as many points on board as possible at the end of a very long journey. A very, very long journey. Almost felt like the never-ending journey at one point, but we are now coming to a close. Thank you so much if you stuck all the way through the whole tournament with us, watched every single day. You're a real one. Even if you watch the VODs, I'm still counting it. Okay? Still counting it. I see you. If you're watching later on, you're not watching live, that's fine. I respect you. We need people like you. The night owls.
The watchers. Silently waiting. And knowing everything that's going on. Because of course they will be completely up to date. Good stuff. Catch all those VODs. I mean, it's great. Add to those analytics. Why not? Let's go.
Just add to your own pool of enjoyment. Probably.
It's a twofold victory.
No. The only victory comes on the battlefield. The battlefield of PUBG Mobile, the chicken dinner, the sweet succulent meal that comes at the end. That's what you're looking for. Right now, Unicorns of Love. I think personally they've given up. I think it's over for the Unicorns of Love. I feel bad for them. I think they've put up a good fight, but when you're losing to the Nameless, something's wrong.
Yeah, that's a bad time. That is not a happy point. There's still 3 of them here. There's still 3 of them alive. They might be able to leave the bottom of the overall standings one day. But that day is not today, seemingly. They've had a bit of a bad time, the Unicorns of Love. I mean, it's as the roster, I should say, not the organization. They seem to change their roster faster than basically anybody else, and I imagine this season will be no different, given their frank lack of success here. I think we'll see some new players draped in the pink next season.
Not again. Stay together. Fight. That's what I need. I need some more tremendous sneeze battling willpower from some of these teams. I mean, I think Kale's brought up the same point quite a few times. Is the case of, look, you have these squads in play, but a lot of times we'll see players in and out, been mixed and matched. It's not good. We're not looking for a mixed goodie bag. I just want the same thing every single time. When I walk in, I want to take away the goodie bag. I want to find the same players inside. It's the ones I like from before. And you can just work on it every single time. Every time I take that goodie bag, it looks a little bit cooler. It looks a bit more refined, professional. Okay? And that's how you get a good team. It's how Gladiators have done it. They spent a lot of time without a coach. They worked out the things. They've got a coach on board. They're looking stronger now. And they're on track, honestly. I think on an international scale, they've got a huge amount of experience, amount of time to been together. You're a team that's chopping and changing. Yeah, you might make it through 2 tournaments. You get to an international one. You hit that one up, and then you all disband. There's no point. Just keep going. Just keep going. I think that's something that I'd definitely like to see a lot of teams going for.
You don't want to be a hokey-cokey organization like Unicorns of Love, You're in, you're out, you shake it all about.
You do want to be like Unicorns of Love in the sense that they are very loyal to the cause of PUBG Mobile. True. We love them for that. But I think that, you know what? I think, right, I'm putting out a prediction.
Okay.
Big prediction now. Unicorns of Love, they find some semi-decent players, right? Semi-decent. From a couple of these teams. You pull what I would call a MUERTE VIRTUS.PRO move, right? You take a couple of semi-decent players from each team, you trial them, you see how they do, right? You probably have to pick apart a couple of these other teams, okay, at the end of the day. Definitely going to have to happen. And then you just work with that. You just carry on. You give them the resources you need. You give them an analyst. You give them a coach. Bish, bash, bosh. Suddenly, a year later, what's this? They're winning PMPL EU? What's going on? This is just how things go.
Are we seen, as you've said, with teams like Gladiators, that consistency really, really pays out in the long run?
MADBULLS, even.
MADBULLS as well.
They had a bad run of it last year. Well. They had a bad run of it last year with Tulika, Fleek on the team. They didn't look amazing. Zerich looked really down in the dumps, right? This year, they've kept it going. They kept it pushing through. Now MADBULLS looks like a formidable team. Truly made of steel. So, yeah, this is what needs to change.
They've been upgrading. This is CJ taking the scrap with the Nameless, isolated from the rest of the roster for Unicorns of Love. But yeah, absolutely, you're right. I mean, they swapped out some of the parts. You know, they wanted to add some supercharge in here and there. They changed the gearing on the box. This is all car terminology that I'm floundering with.
Exactly. That's what I want MADBULL. That's what I want Unicorns of Love to do next year. Walk up to Mr. MADBULLS and tell them I've made a few upgrades of my own.
It's always impressive. Always.
Impressive, Mr. MADBULLS.
But I made some upgrades of my own. What a lie.
That's
so
what
iconic.
I need. That's what I need.
Oh
That's what
dear.
I need.
Obadiah Stane, one of the best beards in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, so you might not win against Mr. MADBULLS, but you certainly give him a run for his money. Okay?
True.
Anyway, I think we've waffled enough upon team composition, team rostering, team staying together in, so we can head straight back over towards the match itself. Second circle is now in play, a little bit far into the second circle actually. There's a few things happening on the screen, but nothing too interesting so far. We got MADBULLS up towards Rozhok making their way downtown. Obviously, they've not had to walk too fast, considering the circle is fairly close to them, but trapped in ruins, never a good place to be. I don't like being trapped in ruins. It's a pretty horrible position to be in. Looking uphill all the time. There's not a huge amount of cover, especially when you're certain to be heading down towards the south side as well. Difficult stuff, John.
Yeah, so it can be a very bad time. See if you can weather that storm. Unicorns of Love trying to contend directly for a spot here. Beck with MacVins looking for the challenge, the DBS. I mean, at this range, it should be effective, but the backstab wasn't even going to help there. VIRTUS.PRO did not have position. Beck will be able to take this one down. You imagine the Unicorns of Love just going to lose the player here. Now Beck has the high ground. They're ahead of the curve on this rotation. And yeah, VIRTUS.PRO just going to get away. Right into MUERTE though, who are on quite a wide split. We saw this from them on Sanhok. Didn't go well. Seeing it from them again this time around, trying to circle around, find an avenue inwards. But right now they are denied on this south side.
I mean, that is kind of typical to MUERTE fashion, right? Is the old playing the big split. I'm glad they're coming back together now because it certainly has been a thing that's been biting them a fair few times. SHOCKWAVE at the back of that quarterfinals. Looking very strong versus the Super Big Gorillas there. Now going head to head versus the MADBULLS. Fleeke struggling, debris all over his face. The dust blooming up from the ground. The amount of bullets that he's been taking in his direction. Tulika with a nade though. It looks like he's thrown it at Fleeke, but it's through the window. It's a nice one.
Doesn't quite take the damage. Aza on the off angle for SHOCKWAVE is there, but Fleeke holds the rooftop. Able to mop his brow, get their hanky out. Dust not let to settle. And another nade down the stairs. Looks to put the hurt on Terminus with the challenge of his own. Across the way and underneath, Fleeke descends. Really solid stuff from MADBULLS, but they've lost Frozen in the meantime. They've still got Aza to deal with. We spoke before about their route out of Rozhok and their desire to push into these fights, how potentially could be considerate of other options, and now Dagestan have moved in behind. They're dealing with one player from SHOCKWAVE, sure. Aza does fall and SHOCKWAVE are out, but Dagestan are here to play. They have complete surround on this position, and Zadira's all the way up in the tower. Look at that.
I mean, it's such a fantastic way for Dagestan to play at the moment, which is a case of drop near MADBULLS, wait for them to inevitably start a fight with another team. It's a bit scrappy, a bit awkward, and then third party. It's cruel, but it works.
Tulika doesn't eat the bullets from Zadira, who's going to need to get down, but Fleeke now once more up onto the roof. They've played this exactly before. Keep thinks better of it, doesn't want to challenge up the stairs. 3 nades in the back pocket, maybe not wanting to expend them just yet. An off angle for Fleeke as he drops down, and Keep immediately humbles him. MADBULLS lose yet another player. This is great news for both VULGAR and Gladiators, actually as well as Dagestan, who of course 2 of those teams aren't playing this round, but they didn't want to allow the MADBULLS lead to extend. This is exactly how you want to do it. Have Dagestan take him down, certainly whittle him down to 2 early.
Yeah, it's not been bad at all. Zadira's been playing a really nice off angle. He's been playing a good game all day, actually, for Dagestan in terms of just taking some really good shots, holding things down. Even looking back at our first Erangel of the day, he did fantastic there. Now Dagestan can move further in. Yeah, for Gladiators, as well as VULGAR boys, happy days. They're not playing in this match, but more times MADBULLS goes down early, which I think is now almost 4 for 4.
It's 3
waiting for them. Oh, I'm saying 4 for 4 because we're waiting for them to go down here. I think it's almost happening. It's almost happening.
We'll have to wait and see if they're able to keep themselves going, but the circle shrinks towards that major pride split. You got TUNA on the west side with a couple of buildings there to play around. KASIK as well on the east, but they've got a team or two in Pachinki to worry about for the time being. They are going to be able to hold out strong right now against Alpha. Titan as well, going to look to push in from that south side.
Yes, I think I have to wait for Titans to get to like stage 6 before I even look at them. Players coming from Dagestan. 2 players very low, 1 down. Zadira will be trying to get a nade in there with his DBS. The other player starts to fly in. Major Pride currently holding this compound down very nicely. Finally, there's a knock that goes back towards Major Pride, but a lovely shot sprayed down through the window. Nice little pre-fire there as well. We'll keep Major Pride nice and healthy.
MADBULLS on the north, maybe third party, but no, they're not bold enough to go for that, and probably rightly so with only 2 players remaining. NEXUS lose a player to No Mercy Warriors, which is unfortunate, out on the western side. No Mercy Warriors playing on that northwest edge, crossing from those compounds to the southwest of Everest. Titan, they're looking to make their way into stage 6 blank here. The spray down from Malloy is just too good to let Old Boy get that far. And the nades over the top, not good to answer just yet. The spray down and the flush over onto Old Boy. MUERTE continue to move on through. Titan want to hold it out. Corker finally finds himself in the crosshair. The DP spraying 1 too many bullets for my liking, but they get the knock nonetheless. Another nade over the top looks good onto Havlik. A rundown potential from the buggy. He hops out. Corker's the only one to go down. MUERTE holding against Titan for now, but on the southwest side, KONINA Power are here. They are looking for this third party, and they're engaging. They're pushing in, and they want to try and make it work.
Yeah, it's sort of why I never trust the MADBULLS, because they do, Titans, sorry, they do stuff like that. I mean, sort of a strange play from Robs. I think you get past the first player, you don't knock him down with the vehicle, you just send on. I don't think you get out and try and shotgun 3 guys next to you. Never going to go well for you. So MUERTE kind of get away with that, but a little bit more than they should have done. Nice nade from Fury, who has just been on point all tournament with these nades so far. Does find another for their troubles, taking up to 6 eliminations total. Now looking over towards Woodson. Another nade from Fury. It's going to be a long one.
MUERTE still holding strong. They have been whittled somewhat. The MADBULLS lose another. Now just Zerich left on that northeastern side. The south side, kind of the hottest engagement right now. KASIK might have a little bit of a scrap with Alpha, maybe with Beck as well from VIRTUS.PRO, but nothing too much more occurring. And KONINA Power want to try and isolate this northern side.
KONINA Power. It's trying to hold down on the south, right? It's a little bit more difficult because they've got to keep moving up through open ground. Obviously, a lot of teams are also falling into this same trouble. Stage 5 will be coming through soon. You know, TUNA and NEXUS would love a shift over towards the western side. They can continue to hold down these compounds very decently. I have a feeling it's going to be a central circle, really ruin everyone's chances. There you go. But TUNA do continue to hold on to this compound. It's a nice position to be in. They'll have to fight versus NEXUS, who are coming in from the western edge. Currently do have, I believe, just the 3 players, so Doran on that north side. It's good shots from Naomi. I mean, Major Pride, they've had a bad day so far, but it's a good start over towards No Mercy Warriors and a good defense versus Dagestan too.
You said before, there are certain teams that if you're losing to, it is just a bad sign. And right now, I think No Mercy Warriors are kind of one of those teams. They are just on that bubble when it comes to getting into the finals, 16th place, but they are not safe by any stretch of the imagination. And this time around, they're certainly not going to be. Major Pride want to swell around them. They'll look to run him down. We'll be able to do it. No Mercy Warriors taken down, and Major Pride have the north side.
I didn't even see that nade go off. Felt like the vehicle just ate the nade, just absorbed it. It never happened. MUERTE lose their final player, I believe, with Furia going down as he tries to head towards the circle. Zerich is at least trying to gain some points on board for themselves. They're up to 5 eliminations, which is not too bad. He's complete central of the circle right now. A fair few teams start to make the wins. It's a bit of a weird day so far for a lot of teams. For a lot of the major players, the major movers out early. But Major Pride do lose another here. So KASIK, TUNA, NEXUS still going hot in this match.
They are looking for whatever they can find. You said this shift is really unkind to a lot of players, a lot of teams. The Nameless getting cut out by Alpha on this eastern flank. As Alpha just move on up, but there is an answer. Madagod, the last to stand, a sliver of HP for him. Zashipa ducks in, shimmies out the other side of the tree, gets the job done, finds the Nameless, and they are down.
Alpha up towards the northeast side. No strangers to playing out in the open either is Alpha. 3 players does make things a tad more difficult. Very much going back and forth right now between both these teams. Major Pride, as well as NEXUS, just effect.
Underarm on the nade there to try and find Doran. Oh, sorry, Exo sleeping, but he dips back. Will be put down, though. And now Major Pride look to try and regroup, but Alpha can move across in the meantime. VIRTUS.PRO scrapping with KASIK. 2 players down. They do find him, but this is going to take a while for KASIK to get back into it. This allows KONINA Power a lot more moving, a lot more breathing room that they can operate with on the south side. TUNA try and leave, and they are just getting sashimi'd out in the open there. Noshi goes down first. Purple should be resable. Obito, that forward point on the compound. They're going to need to find a new way in.
Yeah, fairly certain that all those eliminations over towards TUNA were just from Zerich. Then he cleans up the rest of Major Pride as well with the help of Alpha Team.
Kind of crazy.
Very much a Zerich maneuver, I would say. Very much so. KASIK, though, have this high ground to work around with. It was a bit crazy that Bet could take down 2 of their players. Almost took down a 3rd as well. It's lucky that both those players didn't get flushed because they would have been down to very limited amount of players to work with. They get the circle shift almost, but it's Alpha who have 3 players on this north side looking to start taking control of this map. And I think this is where Alpha does shine. I love it when they get control on the north side of the circle. They really do make it oppressive to get in towards these positions.
KASIK have managed to get all 4 of their players up and live and kicking. KONINA Power eating the nades rolling downhill from them. Becca, the only one to go down so far, though. The smokes start to bloom, and this will slow the progress of KASIK somewhat, but they can continue to launch these nades with a little bit, even more impunity, actually, to be fair. They can peek those ridge lines a little bit more aggressively with those smokes bloomed and get the nades into more optimal angles. Skills's with the blue zone there, needs to reposition. Zashipa with a long shot onto Unicorn. KASIK just trying to find their way in because they have to get closer now. It's a difficult push to make. Finally, Zerich did go down, and TUNA have managed to take up that position.
Yeah, this is an odd play coming through from KASIK. I really do feel like this is a situation where you just pushed up towards that northern side, try and get ahead of KONINA Power, sorry, and then play from within the blue. Right now, TUNA and Alpha just have so much control because they got to the circle nice and early. It is a little bit difficult for KASIK team, but you can see there is that ridge line that they could have got to a little bit sooner. They will have to now fight against Alpha. They've made their way in. TUNA is just ripping KONINA Power to shreds.
So is Dark Project as well. Look at the shots just coming on through. Only Becca standing, I think. No, he's still got off Hayes right at the back there. It's a very desperate push for KONINA Power now. See just such oversight that is had. Possessed right now. Off Hayes moves forwards. I think they're just going to want to try and get in with 2. Redistribute. Get everything on board to these guys and try and play as a duo. But you've got KASIK so close. You said it's maybe unorthodox here, Blank, from KASIK, but it might just crunch KONINA Power out fully.
Yeah, but I think this is what I wanted for them to do earlier on, right? Is to move towards this position and just hold them. There's certain to be teams down towards that southwest that are going to come behind them. You don't want to get caught in the crossfire there. So they've made the right play. It's just coming a little bit late. That's all, which gives a lot more time for Alpha to start taking control of the roadside on that northern edge. KONINA Power finally out. I assumed that KASIK would just throw a really nice nade over towards that tree there after they spotted a couple of the vehicles flying past it. It would have been pretty easy. But TUNA take down one of Dark Project's players. Now, for Alpha Team, the main worry I have here is probably Reflect. He's a great player, great aimer, but often takes these pretty awkward angles far away from the rest of his team. If he goes down, it's practically game over. Good shots there. Skill's got to be very careful. Does not want to die here.
Really important timing to dip back in there. With the blue zone pushing as it was, he just needed to get away from that. Nearly got the flush onto Kespo, but wasn't quite able to do so, and that's going to allow Dark Project to get back up, but it limits their time. They're going to have to push in as well, and TUNA know exactly where they are, as do KASIK. This is going to be a very tall order for Dark Project to do more than get 1 or 2 eliminations, Blank.
Yeah, for Dark Project, what happens there is they can pretty much just give up on that flush because the delay happens in that instance. The next circle comes in is more than enough to just kind of doom them, right? Like their fate is written in the sand and is about to be washed away by the ocean, as these players are not going to be in this lobby for very long, I can imagine. Alpha, Mandarin as well as the Sheepa take a really, really long angle over towards that northwest side.
They have gone for a split, but they've pushed in, so they have regrouped through. A nice scouting mission, maybe a little bit risky to give KASIK team that opportunity to spot Reflect, but it's worked out for the time being. Dark Project make the mad dash. They're right up and into TUNA's face now. This is more dangerous than TUNA should have allowed to happen, and KASIK team weren't there. They're preoccupied with Alpha's maneuvers.
Yeah, Alpha is a serious challenge. Nice nade from Obito, finding Ivaneska, finding Kespo as well. Good shot from Zashipa once again. Skills has been a little bit of a weak link at the moment for the team. Certainly doing his best. Great shots from Obito.
Oh, wow. This guy has pulled every single one of Dark Project down single-handedly. 4 eliminations added to his tally. Zero has been knocked in the meantime, though, but 3 teams remain. The forwards position for TUNA is still tenable. They have that loot crate to move forwards, a tree or 2, but it is starting to get a little bit more barren.
I think the good thing for KASIK right now is I'm pretty sure TUNA will have to make a real mad dash over towards KASIK team or be forced to just maneuver up towards that northern side, which is likely going to be a fight between Alpha and TUNA. So we'll get this little bit of a third party coming through from KASIK if they can make it happen. But overall, Alpha's played this game fairly smartly. They understand that realistically, KASIK can't do too much against them. But again, crossing that road is going to be very difficult for TUNA. You've got English as well as Skills is there. You can see beautiful little sweeping shot we've got here off the map with English as well as Skills is just watching for the cross out over the road. It's the real main important feature of this ground at the moment.
Wow, okay, what a shift there. Southwest hard gives TUNA that foothold to maintain. KASIK team are going to have to reposition away, but Alpha are still in as well, Blank.
Yeah, I think the good thing for KASIK, though, is that they control the side of the road, right? It's more or less further towards this southeast side, and KASIK already have players in this area. Reflect is going to have to walk through, but this road has been such a critical bit of landmass, actually, throughout this entire game. You can see on either side, it is a slight slope up. So teams can play on both sides of this road without worrying too much about being peaked unless you get further down towards the southern edge. So really interesting in terms of features on this end circle. This is this 1v4 coming through from Obito. Just unbelievable plays.
Just completely decimating Dark Project. Nothing doing there. That first nade really put a dampener on the chances. And it was definitely needed, I think, from Obito to be able to land that nade, get that double knock. And it really assuaged most of the threat from the western side. Skills gets lit up by Zashipa just a little bit. TUNA biding their time. Obito wants to find the off angle. Skills is still low, but Alpha lose Reflect. Trofka able to find it. Finally, Mandarin is going to be able to get what he was looking for on the spray down, and KASIK have been bumped down to 3-0 spotted. 2 players now active for TUNA and for Alpha as well. A knock for every single team.
Yeah, it's a great play from Trofka. Actually, I really enjoyed that one. He just immediately throws the smokes. He knows that where he knocked Reflect, it's impossible to get their boy back up again. So he's essentially just caused very significant damage that is undeniably strong. Really, really wonderful stuff. We're in zone 9 now, still 3 teams with a fair amount of players. KASIK team have to move in. English can move up to that rock in front of him. For the other teams, it's a little bit more barren in terms of capability. You can see he makes that move right now. But look at this. There's hardly any space for any of these teams to be working around at this point in time. It's really down to the wire. Anyone can win off the back of this.
Purple with the buggy still moves forwards for TUNA, gets closer to the center. That is the first bid for position. Will it draw too much attention? Because English is launching the nade immediately. It's spotted, and Purple ducks the damage there. Alpha getting lit up by TUNA on the off angle as well, but Zero is spotted, so is Obito. It's all going to be down to Purple. Hang on a minute. KASIK team just sweep it away. Everybody steps out into the open. No smoke cover, no hard cover. A desperate scramble for the finish, but it's KASIK to take it in the end.
It's a gorgeous play from KASIK. I think they understand as soon as you get to zone 8, that was kind of where it was sort of confirmed. They mentioned it as well, where it's the case of it's further down towards that southeast, towards the boys from KASIK team. So they realistically just have to kind of wait until both teams push into one another. They had some great off angles as well that they set up. Overall, very well contained game from KASIK team. I think the real critical point, the critical mass of that match was when Trofka was able to hit Reflect down and sort of saying about playing a little bit of a crazy off angle from him. Immediately dropped the smokes. It just denied all the sight lines and prevented any pushes coming through. So again, Trofka saves the day for KASIK team.
Really interesting dynamics in those final circles there. A lot of open ground play, and it's KASIK team to be able to claim this one this time.
Strong Farm compound west of Pachinki here, and they're able to make those transitions west even further to get themselves the victory in what looked like, actually I didn't think that they were going to be able to win this out in the end, but it got a little bit dicey with everybody slowly creeping in to these final circles, Max.
Yeah, and we had a lot of new teams that are doing really well this second half of the phase. We're not seeing your MADBULLS, not seeing your Gladiators, not seeing your Major Pride reach those late game moments. Here you got KASIK team, Alpha team, TUNA, Dark Project, VULGAR boys too, like having a field day today, loving it, and Blank on the money with that prediction, which it was down to the wire. It was down to just who's going to be able to hit those final shots, and KASIK team just stayed prone, got up at the last second and hit those shots really, really well. I think SkillsS and English in particular had a very strong angle. There was shutting down movement opportunities for the remnants of Alpha team and TUNA Esports, so good on those two players really locking down the entire terrain of that game.
And Obito and Zero completely put the nail in the coffin for a Dark Project that have to move across the road as well. It's not easy for them to do much at all. That being said, though, it's once again a lot of teams here that are trying to fight back against the big three, despite the big three actually getting some points on the board this time. Major Pride and MADBULLS finally come awake here. Max.
Dagestan 77 really causing so many issues for MADBULLS because they know their rotation, they don't drop too fast, so they're just trying to ruin it for them every single step of the way, as they picked up 2 eliminations on MADBULLS, making it, of course, a bit complicated for them to transition later on into the match. Titan also has been silent, so yeah, it's like a complete reversal from what we saw in the first 2 phases, it seems. A new generation has risen up to the occasion, which glad to see as you end the season. It sets up nice expectations for 2024 and what we could hope to see from these rosters to, once again, if they do stick together, is what I'm hoping for.
A very tough ending for these teams, though, with an abrupt ending, I think is fair to say as well. I mean, given the terrain, given the lay of land here for KASIK team, for Alpha team, for TUNA, they have to constantly be expending smokes, constantly be trying to keep themselves alive via these almost distraction tactics against their other teams that are around them, which means that by the end, you've got nothing left because you're not getting to more body boxes. You're just kind of sneaking around a bit, and then it just finishes like, boop, it's done.
Yeah, and boop, that was also the sound of the nade when you got the opening double against Dark Project. Obito was looking amazing. The Sharingan was activated in that match, and he just got himself some great swipes. I think 3 eliminations total on Dark Project, and 1 was picked up by Zero, but Obito has, alongside Zero, been popping off in recent times in Phase 3, which I'm happy to see. And Alpha team's been a bit silent recently, Kalaris. I mentioned this team many times. The players are really strong for the team here. They were able to really have a strong third party in that fight of Major Pride. We were talking about Major Pride, how they were fighting North. They engaged versus Nexus. And Alpha team, hearing that fight, okay, we're going to third party it and then have full control of the northern side. So good on Alpha team to see that opportunity and strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah, definitely, as we take a look at the moments from this game. And I do think in that scenario that you're talking about, if Major Pride is maybe 4 alive during that, maybe it can be a different story and maybe they're able to play and leverage their position strongly. But Major Pride coming in a little bit wounded definitely goes in favor here of Alpha, as a lot of this area once again around Pochinki became an absolute war zone.
Yeah, it was a bit rough to transition around it. Some teams also fighting in Pochinki Hill in the southern side. You had KONINA Power, MUERTE, Unicorns of Love, so there was a big amount of back and forth happening, which is the fight you're seeing right now. KONINA Power, very smart of them to leapfrog that fight and just wait for MUERTE to have to push their way. They just pick up the easiest fight in their life pretty much at that moment. So yeah. Good on KONINA to strike at the opportune time for that fight, though. I do want to echo something that Blank did mention at the end of that game. It was that fight you had between Trofka of KASIK team and also Reflect of the side of Alpha team. That was a very important fight. I think that whichever one of those two players win is able to apply even more pressure on the remaining teams against them, and you just win off the back of that. So if Reflect beats Trofka, I think that Alpha team win it, but the fact that Trofka gets up first, gets the knock, they have multiple angles to play off of, and then they just get pushed against the blue zone. You can see Trofka's angle right behind that road. It's a very slight dip, Kalaris, but sometimes in terrains like this, that is just what will be making that big difference to end up securing the win for you.
Just as a minor thing as well, you were mentioning we're seeing a little bit more DP28, which is nice to see, because it adds a bit more variety to the arsenal that these teams are allowed to be able to play with, I suppose. Yeah,
we're not seeing it too much on Miramar or like other maps really, but it is here, and I think you mentioned that maybe it's because you're having some of these field finishes, the terrain tends to be relatively flat. The two Erangels today, that was the case, and DP is really good in that kind of prone situation where you can just get those headshots. So yeah, good weapon, good to see some variety. We had the rise of the Mini 14 this year, and now the DP has been a little bit more played on the grassy pastures. So hell yeah, keep it up.
Yeah, cool to see. It used to be the car destroyer back way when, didn't it? It used to be able to absolutely blast these vehicles down, especially when the vehicle meta became super prevalent. But anyway, we got ourselves MADBULLS with some points on the board, up at number 1 here. Now finally getting points after having what was like 2 games at least of absolutely nothing. So now we've got VULGAR boys as well here, still in 2nd place. TUNA moving up to that 4th spot here alongside KASIK team in 5th for that joint 104.
Yeah, you would have showed me these rankings at the start of Phase 3, seeing how Phase 1 and Phase 2 went. I'd be like, oh, this is a bug. No, someone's like messed up the stats in the background. But no, this is what the rankings look like in Phase 3 so far, which very unusual, but I love to see it. And I'm still waiting, Kalaris, for the NEXUS chicken dinner to come through eventually. They're going to get... Are they going to get... wait, have they got a single placement point today? I don't think they have.
Uh-oh, don't say that, please.
Wait. I want to double check where they got 14. They started off the day with 14. They haven't got a single extra placement point. Just eliminations, that's all.
Well, you know, sometimes I guess if you're able to play that style and it's working out for you and you're able to get some decent spots at the top, sure, cool. But it's not a tournament winning strat down the line, is it really?
Placement points pretty good. If you can get them, maybe get them. You know? I know the point system's changed over the years, but you might still want to try and get a podium or 2.
I mean, I'm looking at this. Down to 16th. Actually, there's only 2 teams that have less placement points than them. PERMITTA in 18th and Unicorns of Love with 4 placement points. So, come on, NEXUS. Cool fragging potential, but where's them placement points? Let's go over to the casters now here, as of course Monster is joining us, so thank you for them for PMPL EU Fall, as they are fueling us, keeping us good to go. Max had the white Monster earlier. It's an awesome drink. We're heading over to John and Blank.
And we have a monster of a game lined up for you. We are going right on into Erangel. Blank, it's the MADBULLS VULGAR boys Gladiators clash once more with TUNA as an outside chance at number 4th place. Why not? Let's go.
Yeah, it's a bit weird right now over on the rankings. It always is towards the end of the tournament anyway. But yeah, Miramar is our map of choice coming straight into this one. Lovely to see. Obviously, we will be getting most of our big names into this match. Other than Major Pride, unfortunately, will not be joining this one. NEXUS will not get a single placement point today as they're not playing in this final match. Only kills, only eliminations. That's all they want.
It's the only thing they need. They're already done. They thought, you know what, we've done our eliminations today. We're not playing this one. We're just going to sit out. 7th place, looking fairly sturdy to get into the finals here. And EU champs as well, potentially a performance that could see them there. Will need to make that top 8 spot, and as you can see on the tables, it's actually pretty tenuous that they are going to be in a top 8 spot when the day closes. There's quite a few teams very close by with only 15 matches played who are going to be taking part in this match. So a chance that NEXUS drop down quite a few places here when all is said and done.
Yeah, it's slightly unfortunate, but heading in towards this match here, Zerich still leading and highest damage, 7,760. It's not quite the levels of quality we've seen Nomi in the past with 10,000. I think he was 9 on 11,000 at one point towards the end of Phase 2, but it's still very decent. I mean, he's really doing very good for the team. English as well from KASIK team, 31 knocks. Really, really good, you know, very much carrying the team on that side of things. Furia, obviously, second place for grenade eliminations. You wouldn't see him anywhere else, honestly. But playing path, obviously on this northern side, will be moving most teams into the areas of the map that they quite like, but it is a very much southern shift down towards Los Higos even. So a lot of teams will have to get on their bike fairly shortly.
Yeah, have to be pretty quick about it, especially the teams out to the western side, like the Nameless dropping over towards Ruins and Trailer Park on that northwest side. A late drop and this hard southern circle, very, very fast. You need to make that way. Alpha and Titan right in the middle, though, over towards Minas Generalis, will be going back and forth. Alpha, the team to lose a player, Zashipa has fallen, and Titan are going to look to try and keep this one together. I think you just look to disengage here, try and get a little bit more loot on your side of the settlement and get on, because you know a lot of teams to your north are going to be moving past, and you can't waste time here to be afforded, just spent rather, in this subtle engagement that most likely won't conclude in more than maybe 2 more eliminations. So you want to get something, get out of dodge, get down to a new position and get a little bit more loot there. Then you can start to think about your progression.
Sort of classic Titans. I think we've seen this engagement before where both teams just sit in this area for far too long. And most of the times, actually, it is probably a Shockwave or a VIRTUS.PRO that comes through and cleans up this engagement after it has gone on for quite some time. So Titans really do just bully other teams in the lobby quite a bit, in a detriment to themselves a lot of times. But despite that, they're still doing fairly well on the rankings overall, which is surprising to me. Dagestan make a very swift rotation down towards that south side. They're going to pick up Los Leones for themselves, loot that place up. So for them, it's actually not a bad thing making this quick rotation. I think a lot of times we'll talk about quick rotations and say, you know, this is actually not ideal. You're going to lose on looting. You're going to be one of those teams that makes your way into those final circles with 0 nades, 0 smoke, 0 anything. That is a nice drop shot. That is not a drop shot in the usual sense, but yeah, it's a good drop shot.
That's the Batman. That right there is special from Icy. You love to see it.
Yeah,
such an incredible career for this player as well. He's been pretty much a standout in every roster he's sat on, and now he's found himself on Titan alongside some other very, very powerful people on the battlefield. He was originally, I think, his first entry, he was too young to play in some of the first tournaments that he wanted to be in, but unfortunately couldn't. So absolutely born and bred PUBG Mobile superstar. Still climbing up those rankings, though, still yet to make it to the heights of the likes of Paraboy, but certainly someone that we have our eye on.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player overall. I think he's been carrying a lot of the games here for Titans quite a few times, so very much a secret sauce for the team. Anyway, look, going back to Dagestan, as I was talking about before, you know, those quick rotations don't always work out well for you, especially when you're just sending into a compound. In this case, it's actually worked out extremely well, considering they have the entirety of Los Leones themselves, so plenty of loot in this location. They don't need to get any eliminations. They don't need to be looting death crates because they'll have more than the pick of the litter down that location. Having Los Leones to yourself is just absolutely phenomenal. No pressure on you, just to loot every single building. You can see that they're fairly, well, we can see they're fairly split down there right now. So, yeah, very nice stuff for Dagestan at the moment. KASIK team off towards their west, just underneath Picardo. They've also made a quick rotate, and No Mercy Warriors currently all sending down in vehicles around Los Higos direction.
There's this kind of counterintuitive idea, I find, Blank, because when you have these hard shift circles away from the plane path, teams move in almost faster than if you had just dropped there originally. So you can go into Los Leones, but my prediction here is that a lot of these teams are going to surround it pretty quickly. Probably within the next 2 minutes, it will be fairly surrounded. So for Dagestan, the question is, how long do they spend in Los Leones? Sure, it's nice and chill for now, but will they be able to find that route out? Because it is certainly going to be surrounded by a lot of those teams on the eastern side moving down. VULGAR boys are starting to move now. VIRTUS.PRO, Unicorns are love as well. MADBULLS have yet to start, but I imagine in the next 30 seconds or so, they will look to move in as well.
Yeah, I think for Dagestan, Zadira is actually on the western side, so he's currently holding down the hill, right, where you can see a lot of the concretes, etc. You've got the vehicles available to you, so there is a pretty clear rotational path out of there for Dagestan right now, which has been held down by Zadira. So it's always happy to see that. I think they know that eventually they're going to have to leave if it doesn't shift over towards that eastern side. And most teams won't be sending towards Los Leones too directly unless we do get a hard eastern shift. You are right in the sense that there will be teams around this area, but I think as long as you hold that 3-story over on the western side of Los Leones, you should be absolutely fine in terms of information gathering, in terms of finding out where teams are in general. So yeah, it's gonna work out fairly well. PERMITTA currently lying in wait. SPG just sending directly past right now. You can see Mixer whacking on the old 4X, ready for a good old spray down.
He's ready, but he's not going for it. Not just yet. SPG through on the northern side. Will be down the other hills. Titan, they managed to have Alpha leave that engagement, but they found themselves another one. And actually, Elementrix will bear the brunt of it. Will get knocked, not flushed just yet. Beck is there, and will be able to pick that one back up if he maneuvers correctly. Robs, though, he's going to want to stop it. Look, actually, there's quite a lot of open ground, so I might have to take that back. Elementrix might not be resable here for Beck, unless the rest of VIRTUS.PRO come through. VULGAR boys, in the meantime, look at this progression from the northeast side on the map. They are moving in, and they will be a very, very present threat for the north flank of Titan. And this might allow Beck to get to Elementrix a little bit easier.
He definitely has to smoke things up. Robs has only got a limited chance here, though, because he's not got a lot of bullets in that Scar. He's just dropping smokes, realizes there's a couple of teams around him. The Kimi from VULGAR boys just wants to confirm the flush. Over towards Elementrix, wants to start bandaging. Remember, they were stuck in that engagement, but they just couldn't really get too much looting done. A lot of it was just fighting. So Rob's not even got a helmet. He's got bandies, but he's not got any first aid kits either. So Titans have just remained in this area. VULGAR boys should find themselves a couple of cheeky eliminations on the way through if they'd like to. You can see they're already stopped outside of Rob's position. M249 in play as well, so great weapon to just be spraying down through the smoke there, John. What a circle shift over towards Chumacera and Los Higos. Yeah, this is the point where everyone gets in the vehicle and everyone says, just punch it.
Just get into the middle as fast as you can. Minimal parsecs, please. MADBULLS looking to try and potentially take the position around the east bridge on that mainland. Maybe even send someone south to try and get some cheeky angles onto players on that south coast, because teams are going to have to take up residence there. KASIK sending right up onto the high ground nice and early on this hard shift. The MUERTE already in those hills on the west, and No Mercy Warriors may be looking to try and take that from them.
We used to circle quite a bit actually back in the day when we had our circles that would just ping pong all over the place. Now we had some pretty significant changes to the circle settings where we're a bit more consistent of where we're going. This is probably one of the hardest shifts you'll really see on a map like this. But MADBULLS taking a position that we used to see RRQ Athena take up quite frequently in this international tournaments, where it would play on that little building that looks down towards the bridge side. It's a strong spot to be in. It is assaultable if you do a hard crash, but I think that MADBULLS have more than enough firepower to deal with any team that tries to get a little bit too close to them.
Gladiators trying to throw on their camouflage and just like blend in. It's like, yes, we are the Nameless as well, but no, they're too smart for that. Meku goes down to Madagod, who is in turn taken on by Tixi. Beast on the long range, looking for some suppressive shots, but Kitsune all the better for it. 2 players down now for the Nameless, and the Gladiators wanting to try and keep themselves as healthy as possible. PERMITTA will be pushing in behind on this flank on the western road. So this is a time-limited fight here. Madagod getting flushed away by Tixi. Meku got flushed out as well. And I think Gladiators should look to leave this engagement now with the toll that they've extracted. Tixi backs Beast off the ridgeline. He slips down. I don't think he's going to get back up there. Tixi wants to pop this heal. Certainly needs to, as PERMITTA right on through, but they're not going to engage. Instead, the party bus bears the brunt of the damage as Tixi continues to light it up. He hasn't even healed yet. He's an absolute madman.
Kitsune is also down, and PERMITTA's going to stop off a little bit early. They realize they also need to start healing up here. Matic in full visibility of Beast quickly gets back into cover, so at least identifies where the problem is.
This rotation that the Gladiators are taking alongside the Nameless. Questionable here, as Hala will go down. Sure, they're going to be able to pick up, well, I mean, they've got 3 points with Hala included. Is it worth it to go down to 2? Most likely not. They might have been able to figure out another path. But either way, this is the bed they've laid.
It's quite frustrating for Gladiators. I assume most teams would just want to get through to Viadamar and then just head over towards Los Higos, generally. Something must have happened in the situation that either Gladiators stopped early or the Nameless stopped early to force this fight, to force this engagement. It's also unfortunate that PERMITTA came through this way. Usually they would head down through Los Leones on the western side in towards a circle like this, but they got sent away quite significantly by SBG. So for Gladiators, they've been fairly unlucky on this approach. And I think they should be fairly happy that they have 2 players still going. Realistically, is a situation where you would just lose all your members.
They have been able to survive with those 2, but can they get through and get any sort of position now? Because it is getting pretty filled up with the water still in on the south side. It has cut out the Los Higos Island, so nobody really looking to get across to the south there. And MUERTE, Dagestan, all playing on those ridges. KASIK, who went to that high ground early, still holding atop.
Yeah, KASIK team in not a bad position. Again, Dagestan actually heading down towards that south side. Really strong position. I think there's only a few times we've seen this spot win the game, back when 4 AM was in PMGC. Really nice spot that they played in. Just waiting for a lot of teams to come off from the hillside. Just sort of rely on the circle moving off the hilltop. And even if that does happen, a lot of teams do get into a fair few engagements where you can start to creep up onto the hillside itself, start taking a couple of pot shots, get involved in some third parties and make your way up from that southern edge. But it does give you a lot of protection, and that's kind of the biggest boon to that area, right? It is the protection that it offers, where people just can't see over the top side of that coastal area. You can stay out of the engagement for a long time, where this is a position where you are going to see a lot of fighting occur towards stage 3 to stage 5.
It's going to be a little bit hectic here on the eastern side. Titan, they left Havlik behind. They just didn't want to go for it. Terminus had got that spray down earlier, so Titan playing on as 3. Close to Unicorns of Love as well, so they'll have to push in on that east side as the flush comes through over onto Havlik.
Things starting to slow down a bit now. No one really trying to get too invested into many engagements. Just claim your spot, play from there. I think the majority of teams that want to get in have already found themselves a decent-ish position. You can see SBG, Shockwave, Unicorns of Love, Titans are all really the players and the teams that are suffering the most. Surprising that Gladiators have actually made their way towards that position on the southern side of SBG. We didn't think that they'd find their way through and past PERMITTA Esports. We're currently down towards that southern edge, playing versus MUERTE on a wide split right now.
Circle centers up, gives KASIK high ground a lot of power. That central hill that sits between those 2 forked roads, really high priority now. You can see teams start to descend on it. PERMITTA on the southwest, trying to survive with their last player standing, but behind the tire. It's not the safest place for you. The K9 in hand for Furia. Potential bolt action. Shots landing through. Dangerous and deadly at range. But once it starts to crunch closer, it's going to be a little bit less useful.
Yeah, you really want to find a little bit of play off the back of this Boltsy. get some shots in. Titans will lose Robs. Old Boy comes through though. Trying to work some Old Boy magic. Goes very low indeed versus Shockwave, who are taking a bit of punishment. Teams over towards that eastern edge.
Ooh, goes a little bit long. GG, not GG. Not going to take the damage. Terminus is on the off angle. And Shockwave keep it together. Really nice to see that they are going to stay alive. Are they still as 4? Did the bleed out come through? I'm not sure it did. Unicorns are loved though. They've taken a knock in the meantime. Shockwave are going to have another threat to deal with. A lot of scrapping going in for Shockwave right now, but they're surviving for the time being.
It's not been easy, let's put it that way, for Shockwave. KASIK team does find one over towards GG, not GG, as he attempts to make his way through. MADBULLS are just playing it safe down towards that south side, continue to hold on towards that compound I talked about earlier. Not really wanting to make too many movements at this stage of the game. And Gladiators found themselves into a fairly decent position, all things considered, from the spot they were in. Really, it shouldn't have been accessible, but I think that's a lot of their training coming through from phase 2. You know, finding the little gaps in the circle to get a decent position off the back of a pretty unfortunate start to the game.
Yeah, those little dips there that they're going to sit in just underneath KASIK. Maybe affording them the sanctuary they need to ladder up as far as they can, because they want to keep chasing on the MADBULLS position if they can make it happen. This is MUERTE to lighten them up. Just blinking away, getting these flushes. Nice little damage farm there for Furia.
Oh yeah, it'll do the trick. Especially want to pad them stats. Moving to stage 5 shortly. Most teams are in. Shockwave still attempting to just ruminate around this area. Try and find a spot to play in. Tune up towards that northern side. Doing too badly for themselves. And SBG currently just taking advantage of this high ground while they still can. That little bit of elevation on the ridge on the north. Try and take some shots, gather some information. That intel is going to be proving very important towards their rotations as this next circle will come through.
Popping very soon. VULGAR boys on that northwestern side, the compound that they have, very, very safe for the time being. If the circle shifts out that way, they should have a lot of strength, although there is a lot of downward looking angles towards it from SBG, from Gladiators, from KASIK a little bit further out. No Mercy Warriors on the west as well. Go blink away, but pushing into it is another matter entirely. It doesn't shift that way. Instead, it goes to KASIK on the hill.
This is very interesting. I mean, KASIK, second time in the row, gets some decent positioning on the circle. There's a lot of teams that want to make their way up here, though. And again, this is going to be a bit of a mess in terms of the end game, John. Just because a lot of teams will get involved in a huge amount of third parties. And KASIK can only hold so much. I think you spread yourself too thin over towards this high ground. Things start to get away from you. You know, you're stretched and you stretch and then you break. So I think for KASIK team, they're going to be very careful which fights they take and which fights they opt to ignore and allow teams to get a little bit further in. You know, you're giving up that space for that end game reasoning that, you know, in the end, we'll still have the strongest spot, but we won't lose players early. We won't invest resources early that we'll desperately need towards that end, like smokes, like nades, stop people from getting too close. But at this point in time, you certainly do have to just give some space.
Try and regroup onto it. I feel like at the moment, though, KASIK do have the best bite of the apple. It's going to be very difficult. Unless, as you say, you can just eke out all their resources and choke them out in their own position, lay them under siege. VULGAR boys, with their forwards Foopsman Vanguard, a threatening presence on the northwest point, but they need to cross the road, they need to get across, most likely looking at the Gladiators' position. But SBG are going to have that downside towards it. This crossing is dangerous.
Yeah, the crossing is pretty rough. And again, they were playing this high ground for a while, so I imagine they took shots at some of these teams in the lobby. In which case, you have a situation where they definitely know you're coming. You can already see they've lost a player. VULGAR boys will be very aware of this. So far, going decently well for VULGAR boys as they try and get entrenched on this northwest edge at the moment. Difficult, but certainly possible for VULGAR boys. You know, Foopsman, the true superhero.
Got his spandex on, he's leading from the front. Push Tresley in front of him this time, though. They've slingshotted him further in. Predictions come through. Double KASIK, MUERTE for Kale, and you've gone for Dagestan. South side potential. MUERTE looking to sweep on this western edge. SPG cross, and VULGAR boys now getting lit up as SPG make it really, really effectively across this valley and straight into the fight. The VULGAR boys were not ready for the pace of this one.
VULGAR boys certainly weren't ready for it. I mean, SPG currently still suffering. Snowix desperately trying to get into some kind of cover. Takimi does a lot of damage over his way. Narvalo's still pumping out bullets. Tresley gets flushed. Still aware that Takimi and Pylaus might be moving through, but Victor quickly finished that up. So Snowix will get flushed, but all things considered, that really shouldn't have been a rotation that the boys from SPG should have been able to make. So fantastic stuff. Matic gets taken down. Not flushed, though.
It was flushed away, I believe, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Just about. Just about flushed away. Tixi on his own now, on his Todd. The Gladiators have been hiding for a while now. This western edge is so dangerous. Alpha team eliminated. No Mercy Warriors losing a player. To MUERTE, they are down to 3 once they get the res. And they're outside of the circle. They're going to have to push closer towards this KASIK position. You went for Dagestan on the south side, Blank, and I think that that is a fairly wise, certainly top 3, if not chicken dinner placing prediction.
Again, it's one of the spots where I think KASIK team might get overwhelmed. Something I'm worried about. SPG, though, this has been a really, really difficult push for them, but I think they've done marvelously well. Everything considered off the back of that. Victor most likely will go down. He's just holding the angle. We'll have to go for a first 80. But Wobbly still just holding him. We'll try and take some shots. He's managing to stay in, but there's the more players from TUNA wrapping around the side. They should have a bead on Victor very shortly.
That tree, so skinny. Victor barely able to hide behind it. TUNA just not having the angle. They're just not peeking over. They know that Victor's down there. They know the shots are going out this way. So they should be able to read onto it. In the meantime, on the eastern side, the MADBULLS tried to push up towards KASIK team, but they were met with a brick wall. Trofka, though, softens that. The mortar crumbles somewhat. And now it's up to the rest of KASIK team to hold out. VIRTUS.PRO, don't be so silly. Shockwave, take care of that one. Frozen back to his feet.
Yeah, again, this is the difficulty of playing this spot if you're KASIK team. It's just there's going to be a lot of teams coming in. And this is what I mentioned about just giving space. They've tried to head in here, but at stage 6, you're likely to have like players on the north side. You're going to have players down towards the south. And again, it's a similar mistake that we're seeing from them that happened over towards Erangel as well, which is pushing out a little bit too late into the game. You know, you want to gather that intel earlier on. I think there was significant... I guess you have to peak this at some point, right? But peaking it maybe earlier rather than now, where there's going to be a team very close on your northern side, is a bit better of a tactic. At this point in time, you just have to move back towards the compound. They lost one player, I believe, there in Trofka. Not the guy that you want to see go down this early, especially when he is really that guy that does open up those holes in these games that you can squeeze through and get yourself a chicken dinner on the other end of that tunnel.
Victor, the last to stand for SPG. The MADBULLS have mounted up on the eastern side now. They're looking to try and find English on that east point of the KASIK team hold, who are still very split. Actually, maybe looking to sail even further past that. Shockwave might have something to say. But Victor still going on this west point for now. Abito, signature nade in hand, but he's shut down. He puts it away. He second-guessed himself and fails for it. Purple is close enough, though, to look to tag on this res. Just allow himself to crawl in a little bit further before he can find it, but Corker has managed to get the wrap on, and there is no way you get away from that. Purple might fall for it as well, and Zero the last to stand on the TUNA squad for the northwest side.
Spotted as well as MUERTE with 3 players. Just Tixi last remaining, looking over towards Malloy. Oh my god, that is a horrible spot to be in at the moment for himself. One nade and it's all over. And Malloy has specifically just one nade.
There it is. Corker doesn't need a nade, just the headshot over towards Tixi. The Gladiators down 4 eliminations, 7th place. Not disastrous, but only 5 on the match. Less than they would have hoped for to close out their day. MUERTE, 10 eliminations. They've been sweeping on this western side really, really effectively. We saw how hectic that position was. In the meantime, KASIK have lost a player, Blank. I think that was to MADBULLS and SHOCKWAVE.
Yeah, it was to English, and MADBULLS kind of just like sent up towards him. Again, I don't think he had to be out there. I think at that point in time, you just send all towards the compound, try and hold it down as best as possible, especially when the circle's so close to you. Nice initial spray over towards MADBULLS. TUNA goes very low. One nade here from Kaz could be the big difference maker.
Big launch there, Frozen flushed away. TUNA repositioned back, but did get the res. Fleek under pressure as Terminus steps up high. SHOCKWAVE playing well here on this mountainside. Moving nice and calmly, and MADBULLS are taken down, but Dagestan now up for the fight. KASIK in the middle of all of this, just trying to find a shot, find a stronghold, a little bit of safety. Where they once had it, it has been taken back.
Start to push in. Nice nade from Keep. It's going to try and send another. And they're kind of dead to rights here on the edge of the blue. It's a great timing coming through from Dagestan. You know, there's still potential that SHOCKWAVE's able to bring this one back with some good shots. But look where they are. It's so difficult.
And they will fall. The blue zone claims Terminus finally. And that will be SHOCKWAVE eliminated. 4 teams now remain. TUNA with a solo on the north side of this compound. Dagestan looking to breach. MUERTE out on the west edge.
Yeah, MUERTE's done fantastically well. It's not been an easy push from them. They've been on 3 plays for a really, really long time. I think Zadira has a general idea of where this player is. Nade could be decent through that door. Circle just centers up once again, doesn't really change too much inside this lobby. But MUERTE has a lot of control, a lot of space to work with. It's not claustrophobic like it is for Dagestan at the moment. Some shots come over from that way, so Dagestan now have the information of where MUERTE currently is.
They are just going to try and control this open ground, the western side of this compound. Stop Dagestan having the opportunity. And Dagestan's still not going for this push.
Yeah, I cannot wait for them to head over this way. There's so many angles that MUERTE can kind of take from that direction. Dagestan would rather just wait whilst they still have pretty good control over this compound. If we do go down to it, like eventually the cover that's provided over on this side in stage 9 is far better than how MUERTE is going to have to push downhill. Zero managed to make his way into the building. It's a great Molotov from earlier as well over towards Skillses from Dagestan. I'll respect that one.
That is unfortunate, but does Zero know that Unicorn's upstairs? The difficult part is here now that nades will start to find their way through these windows and Unicorn might go down for it, so could be difficult. Upstairs, downstairs, DBS. Challenge, and there's the first of the nades to go in through the window. Unicorn might just have to eat this one and take the L. But Zero's still on the downstairs, and Unicorn's going to have the majority of the bombardment his way.
Not sure where Unicorn is in there, actually. It does finally find the tag. So understands there is players in there. That could be a bit of a red herring, though. Assuming that the 4-man team is currently hiding out inside of the buildings. Dagestan's on the outer edge. So we're in zone 9. This is the last one. This will decide it. Dagestan had done a really good job. Very much replicating kind of the win that we did see from 4 AM over in PMGC League. Which is very interesting from last year.
Really heads up burn there, and Unicorn actually eaten by it, drops out, and it's going to be TUNA to go down. 4th place finish for KASIK team, despite their high ground position. Not what you want to see, but you called it. They just didn't have the chops to hold out. They didn't move right around this compound. They didn't push out when they needed to, and now it's Dagestan to move across this hillside. They have the center line on this final circle. MUERTE need to push to them, and they have the number advantage.
Yeah, it's a really clean, slow rotate. Nice push-up from Zadira earlier on. They're just going to bombard them now. MUERTE just has to make a quick push in the vehicles.
Corker wants the challenge here. Milky Way already down. And
oh, no.
Dagestan actually losing 2, so it's a little bit even now. Limbo has the challenge with Corker around the headland as well, but Corker finally falls in the face of MUERTE. He will just not be able to hold him up. And Malloy now, the last to stand, finds the spray on the ridge. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, it's deadly, and Limbo wants to move forwards. The reload is there. He's got that health ticking on up, but he just doesn't have it to fight against. And Dagestan stab the dagger down, and MUERTE die.
I mean, to be fair, MUERTE really got way further than I ever expected in that game. And all respect to Kale on that prediction as well. It's not something that I saw. They've been kind of down on their luck recently. We see them far down in the rankings. We know they can do so much better as well. And that's a really fantastic push from them that I don't think Dagestan expected. I think what they expected was for them to just slowly wander out, sadly, from the back of the blue and just get shot to pieces. But, you know, a 3v3 into a 1v1, that is an astonishing result, which could have actually gone easily the way of MUERTE. If it was Cork who was the last alive, who had that first aid kit still, maybe there's a chance, but it's Malai. He's got nothing on him. He's already dropped everything over towards Corker earlier, so he's just got 20% HP. And versus M249, you're kind of done.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. Didn't manage to get that healing off, but it was your prediction. Dagestan from that south side, playing quiet, edging forwards and then striking when the iron was hot. They made the most of it, and they were able to take the final chicken dinner today.
The big Dagestan move gets themselves the victory here. Well done by them, even though I'm a little bit salty that
too many points, Kalaris. Okay, you can't get too many.
No. I was doing all right, and then anyway. But I mean, regardless, yeah, it's an important win for Dagestan, who's going to be challenging the top spots here. Well, the second place for Phase 3, Max.
Yeah, this is a lot closer to what we like to see from MUERTE, though, in terms of point influx. 19 points on the board for this match. Though, yeah, Dagestan, we keep talking about how this team has been playing. Nice southern rotation. I do think this is a smart pick from Blank on the prediction side of things, because there was not a lot of competition south. There was going to be... You said MUERTE possibly could have went a bit further back to gatekeep Dagestan, but they were really just fully locking down the western side of that map. So they had easy transition points, and they even third-partied the fight between SHOCKWAVE and MADBULLS over to the east to clear even more space. So this was not an easy game for Dagestan, but they just carved an easy pathway into the circle to then compete with 4 players alive, and as we saw at the end, a ton of utility to play around.
Yeah. If a lot of the teams are preoccupied on the high ground, when you're transitioning from south to north on a circle like that, actually, you've got quite a lot of room to work with, quite a lot of cover, because the thing is, it's not just like a slope, it's plateau, then a bit of a hill, a bit of a complete straight vertical, then a plateau, then a straight vertical. So you can keep kind of transitioning between these areas and keeping yourself covered. But Cork, 1066, not the best year for England, but a lot of damage.
Oh, Cork of a game. Have we ever done that one? We've already done that one way too many times, but it really was an absolutely amazing game for MUERTE. A lot closer to what we've come up to expect for Phase 1 and Phase 2 combined. So he's been up there doing great and clearing so much space against your No Mercy Warriors, your Gladiators, Alpha Team 2. So this is great from MUERTE. I hope that can see a bit more of that success in the remaining days of Phase 3. But good transition point. And KASIK team clearly, even though I did predict them, a bit overwhelmed in their position because so many teams were enclosing around their one compound. I understand that they can struggle, but I still feel sometimes they were a little bit too far apart from one another, and we've seen that they sometimes struggle to defend positions because they're in buildings that can be hard to regroup, and then you get a player knocked, you can't res him because you're far away. It's just a big knockoff effect that sometimes does cause them to lose a game where there is a chance they could get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look through these moments from this game. And once again, you know, VULGAR boys, they might have been in a tough spot here, especially transitioning across those roads and then up the hill. But what a day they have had here. And we see Furia. Yes, look at it with the bolty. I didn't even realize he was bolting out of his mind in this game.
Yeah, you don't see it too much. You see a lot of the Mini 14s, the SLRs, etc. But it's very satisfying to hit a shot with a Kar 98. I do have it quite a bit in my own loadout if I can hit my shots, which I can't a lot of the time, but I'll give it a fair shot. And MADBULLS too, they were also trying to do a similar playstyle, clearing the eastern side. Nice nade from Talika, also onto KASIK team. But then that's when SHOCKWAVE got involved. They had some good initial fight, and Dagestan hear that happening on the side, fully send it, and then you have the easiest entry point. You got an entire ridgeline Kalaris they could play for, which you could say, you see at one point they stretch that 4-man split as far as they possibly can get it to get too many angles on MUERTE. They're still able to put on a fair fight. Milky Way was mad crazy for going for the push the way he did, but they still win it on top.
Yeah, like almost shock and awe tactic coming out from him. I mean, Malloy got himself, what, 3 of the knocks, I think?
Yeah.
Going on during all of that. So well done by him, but it's not enough to be the case. But anyway, let's move on from this as we have an interview ready. We're going to talk to TUNA, Noshi, in fact, from TUNA to talk about how things have been going here in Phase 3. Hello, welcome to the show. Hopefully you can hear us and everything's good.
I can't hear shit.
He can't hear us apparently, so hopefully we get this fixed.
Wait, I can't hear you. Maybe we need to change
green screen
headphones.
or is that his real room? That looks really clean. I'm not gonna... It looks like he's in an IKEA showroom.
It's a nice room.
It really is. Oh.
All right, well, we're going to try again by the sounds of things in a few moments' time, so we can just wait for that. I'm just going to change my volume settings as well so I can hear everything that's going on. Yeah, cool.
Get some insight from the lads of TUNA. I mean, I had a little bit of insight, so I'm mainly going to be touching on purple and what's been happening there, but we'll see.
Let's take a look at the daily winners as well whilst we're trying to get that sorted and good to go here. VIRTUS.PRO started things off strong. We then got VULGAR boys, and we were moving through what effectively was... It's funny because I'm going to say it was like the underdogs, but realistically here in Phase 3, a lot of these names have been anything but underdogs, Max.
Yeah, really impressive how they've been able to play so far this phase. And interesting to see also, Kalaris, no MADBULLS, no Major Prides, no Gladiators, no Titan, no MUERTEs.
Yeah.
Over here, getting himself those chicken dinners. Only teams that have been slowly but surely rising up to the occasion. And we almost had a double VULGAR boys chicken dinner, which... You would have told me that a week ago, I'd be like, you're lying. But no, it could have happened against Dark Project.
Definitely.
It was definitely an interesting Sanhok match. So yeah, I'm just hoping it's not going to be a flash in a pan. But we expect the big 3 to come back eventually, right? So I don't expect this to be happening every day, but it's a good surprise to have.
I mean, the numbers are quite telling, right? Because you see all of those wins, they're not over 2,000 damage during all of those victories. Some of the teams that are not the big 3, for example, they'll get wins, but they're not huge pop-off wins, right? As they're just kind of trying to eke out a little bit of position and find themselves in a bit of a better spot to be able to get that victory.
Exactly. I mean, it's... I'm happy to see the improvements there all the time. It's good to see, and I just, again, hope we're not going to see too many big roster changes for the rest of the time. But yeah, some games, some finishes were a bit wishy-washy. I'm thinking of that Dark Project. I would like to see more than just a circle going the way of Dark Project and then just being gifted a win. I would like to see them pushing positions, being hyper-aggressive to try and claim spots. And if we can see that, I think that would be the big change from Dark Project we would like to see, because Ivaneska, still one of my favorite fraggers from the spring season, and it's just... not been able to transition as successfully in fall. But yeah, the potential is there, and we'll see. I'd like to see some of these teams go in Championship, actually, because that would be a lot of really good experience for them to get. Like VULGAR, if they go there, they might get destroyed, but they'll learn from it, which is good.
Definitely a learning experience potential for that, for sure. Now we've got to think about the MVP, and honestly, Max, I'm a little bit lost today. I really don't know.
I kind of would like to pick a VULGAR boys player, because that would be really cool. I think Pylaus would be a good one, but I'm going to go with Doran, because that was one good Miramar game that he had. So yeah, Doran. We'll see.
I guess I'll go with Pylaus on the other side of things. I mean, after the first 2 games, we were talking about it, right? The potential of him being able to do something. So I guess I'll go with that, but I'm really not sure here, Max.
It's close. It's got to be close.
English. Oh, okay.
I want to load the stats to see what the podium looks like actually right now. But
yeah,
I mean, survival time. Yeah, they got late game a few times. This game was actually really good. Good third party from VIRTUS.PRO though, we do have to say, but he was on the money and almost out of bullets because he was just blasting the entire match. And got some... This was an angle that was really strong, though, from English. The fact he held this rock and tree formation for as long as he did really made sure that TUNA could not advance and be a threat later on down the line. So he was really locking down that position. So that was going to be their win.
And I can understand in the final Miramar as well why they might get torn apart from each side a little bit, given the position that they're in. Of course, yes, you have one of the biggest position of power, but because you have that, and all these teams know that, they're going to be hitting it at similar times and being able to slowly pick you apart. So sometimes you can just be in a spot too early, which is interesting as a whole.
I'm looking at the top 3 MVP. So English is first with 11 eliminations. Second is Pylaus, and third is Doran. So we were not that far, actually. We're pretty close to what I thought. So yeah, we got. Damn. Good on us. Close enough. We'll take it.
We were close. But not good enough. I wonder what our prediction points will end up at as well here whilst we continue things on. But I think we're going to eventually have a look at the overall. You did have a good day today, I think, Max, on the predictions.
I just, you would pick a team, and I wanted to pick the team that would fight your team face to face, and they would lose.
You did do that. Yeah.
There's fun times, you know, with the prediction. The only time I really tried today was with my KASIK team prediction and the Major Pride, and it didn't work. They got eliminated in 4th, Kalaris. What can I do? I don't know.
All right, let's take a look at the overalls then and see what's going on. We can talk about the predictions in a moment when we actually take a look at those numbers, because here we have ourselves across phase 1, 2, and 3. MADBULLS is 100 points ahead of Gladiators, so I ain't going to be changing anytime soon. What will change potentially, though, is Maxman's prediction of MADBULLS getting 4 extra chicken dinners, because now they've only got 2 days to do it, Max.
I'm still believing, Kalaris. It's going to happen. We're going to get 2 chicken dinners a day. If not, we're going to get 4 on a day. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but I'm a believer. It's going to happen by the end of finals for sure. Maybe I jumped the rope a bit too soon on that prediction for MADBULLS, but it's okay. Not too much movement. Though we are seeing Dagestan up there, which I'm happy to see. That actually... Wait, and now we can look at NEXUS overall rankings. 321 eliminations.
Jeez.
92 placement points.
What? Guys, wake up!
They don't know they could survive long game.
I was going to say, to be fair, they are very awake. They're with the adrenaline pumping through their veins of 321 eliminations, but 92 placements. We need a little bit more survive time for the NEXUS boys, Max.
Yeah, you would imagine, because they're fighting and not getting far into the game. If they would get more placement points, that means they would be in better positions, which means technically they could frag out even more effectively, so they can be even higher in the rankings. I feel like they could be a top 5 team, but it's just the macro is not there, it seems, right now as we look on the second side of the page. And VULGAR boys, actually, I would love to see where they were at the start of this phase on the overall rankings. I'm going to take a cheeky look, because VULGAR boys were in 10th position. They're still in 10th, but now they closed that gap significantly. So they're in a position where they could actually be on the first page, which I would love to see that from VULGAR boys.
Well, in the overall rankings, it is difficult to catch up, even when you have one pop-off phase, right? Because the 2 phases as a whole in 66% of the tournament, it accounts for so much. So it's difficult to make that catch-up happen, but they are doing well for themselves here as we take a look at our 13th through 20th as well. For Dark Project, the Nameless, PERMITTA, and Unicorns of Love, it is getting really dicey here. And I don't know whether or not Dark Project's going to make up what is effectively 25 points against No Mercy Warriors if No Mercy Warriors just keeps putting up points, but they're still the only team to not get a win here, Max.
Dark Project have been given some circles, though, so I'm not really hoping for it. I don't know who's going to be making it at the bottom. It's a bit, as I said, wishy-washy for some of the squads in the bottom position, so we'll see how things go. I would like to see Shockwave not fall off too much. I mean, they should be saved by a significant amount, but I'm like, please, I'd like to see at least the French squads make it to the finals.
Please.
Please qualify. But yeah, as I said, I don't know what to expect. No Mercy Warriors, maybe a win. That would be cool. They're the only team to not get one, as you stated. So yeah, I'm more interested in the middle pack with all these big improvements of the teams that have started to rise up. So that's where my attention is driven to.
I love your pride in being French. It's awesome. Let's take a look at how proud you are about your predictions for today.
Oh, no.
Oh! Sometimes it happens, man. Sometimes it happens. What can I tell you?
Yeah, I mean, you won the fights when I took the predictions against yours, so you know what? That's fair. I probably will not rival your predictions directly, I've learnt.
My favorite time was when you picked KONINA Power behind the Shrek rotation of VIRTUS.PRO in the swamp. And I was like, there's no way they're going to try and push north against them. But all right, I mean, you can try. You can try.
Yeah, I just wanted to gloat on desk if they ever won and upset VIRTUS.PRO. But I should have known. I kind of knew in the back of my head it was not going to happen. But copium. No, it's fine.
All right, well, unfortunately, we're not able to get our interview good to go here, so maybe we'll try tomorrow. We'll see how everything goes. Who knows? Who knows? But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world here for PMPL EU Fall. And a huge thank you to Monster for being here as well, fueling us, keeping us good to go, keeping us fresh and excited and happy here at PMPL. That does it for me. That does it for Maxman. That does it for John and Blank. That does it for production. That does it for PUBG Mobile. I could keep going forever. Thank you to everyone around the world. All right, we are done for day number 4 of Phase 3. We'll see you tomorrow for more PMPL action.